I'm meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Storm Trackers. We are breaking into programming right now because we have been tracking strong storms in northwest Georgia that have been prompting some tornado warnings in northwest Georgia. Now a tornado warning is included for Gilmer County, which is one of the counties that we are responsible for here in the North Georgia area for 11 Alive. And you can kind of see here what we're watching with these storms that are in North Georgia. Plenty of lightning in association with them right now, but I'm going to take the lightning data off right now so you can see here what we're watching with this latest tornado warning. It is this part of the storm right now that you see around the Dalton area where we have the storm that is rolling through that area right now that is going to be moving into Gilmer County. So that now has prompted a tornado warning for those areas that we're watching in northwest Georgia, including Murray County, southern Whitfield County, as well as into parts of Gilmer County there in northwest Georgia, where we have this tornado warning in effect. This is a very active system that we're watching here. Below me, you can see our tower cam from Rome as we are looking toward the north, where we do have those strong storms that are moving through, and occasionally you can see some flashes of lightning. You see some of those there right now from the Rome area. So here's what we're watching. I'm going to put this into velocity mode right here. This is what we're watching. I'll circle this so you can get a good look at what we're watching in those areas of North Georgia right now. It is this part right near Dalton that has some circulation, rotation with it. This is a radar indicated tornado warning with that circulation that is around the Dalton area. Now, Whitfield County is in the Chattanooga viewing area, and that's where Dalton is right now. However, this storm is expected to move into Gilmer County, so now Gilmer County is included in this tornado warning. And you can see the center of the circulation that we're watching right here on the storm, right there in near the Dalton area. That's where we have the potential for rotation there, and that is what has prompted this tornado warning. It is moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. It has a possible tornado with it, as well as quarter-size hail in association with that storm that is moving to the east at about 35 miles an hour. You can see that red box right here. I will draw that for you just to give you a better look at that box that we're talking about. This polygon right here, right there is that red polygon, and it does go into Gilmer County, which is this part right here, where we have this tornado warning that is in effect. So we are giving folks in Gilmer County and possibly even into Fannin County. Fannin County is not included in this tornado warning. However, if it continues to move into that direction, we may have to include Fannin County in that warning if this holds together. But there is some rotation in association with that near Dalton, and we'll put this into motion here and we'll track it for you as this is moving to the north and east at about 35 miles an hour. We'll put a timeline on this. That would take it into Keith's Mill at about 10:52. Spring Place at 10:55, into Elders at 11:07, and if it held together, it would be into the Ellijay area by around 11:12 this evening. This is a very active system that we're watching moving through northwest Georgia right now. It has already prompted tornado warnings back in Dade and Walker County in northwest Georgia. We had even a confirmed report of a tornado that was near the Sulphur Springs area in southern parts of Dade and Walker County. That rotation kind of broadened out and weakened a little bit. Now that is much tighter, and that is now what has prompted this new tornado warning that we have in effect right now for those areas of Dalton and Whitfield County, including Murray County, as well as into Gilmer County, where we have this tornado warning that's in effect right now. I want to take you back and show you the reflectivity, where you can see all of these storms that we're watching now in northwest Georgia coming out of Tennessee, as well as into northern Alabama. At one point, we had about 8 tornado warnings stretching from North Alabama up into Tennessee. Right now, we're seeing more severe thunderstorm warnings than tornado warnings, but yet still that tornado warning for Gilmer County, Murray County, and also those areas of Whitfield County right up around Dalton. Now, I want to widen out so you can see where this is in relation to the Atlanta area, where you can see here in Atlanta, we're actually looking fine now. No rain here yet, but these storms will be approaching our area as we move through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow morning, where we are going to have our own severe weather threat here as well. We have plenty of lightning in association with that too. Again, below me, you can see the tower cam from Rome, and you can see those flashes of lightning that we're watching there that you'll occasionally see there. I know that's a dark picture, but you see those flashes of lightning that we're continuing to watch there in those areas. We will continue to see, what is that now?
The map of the bugs there.
Okay, that's fine. So we're going to keep watching those storms as they roll on through the area here tonight and in northwest Georgia, again, prompting this tornado warning that is going to be in effect for those areas of Gilmer County until 11:15. I apologize that we're covering up your programming tonight. I know this is new programming that we have on NBC tonight, but we have to break in. We have to cover. This is a very strong system that is moving through. We have already had an observed and a confirmed tornado in parts of northwest Georgia. Now that system is moving into Gilmer County. I know you may be saying, that's nowhere near me in the metro area. Why are you covering up my show? We are required to do this so that we can warn people what is moving their way. This isn't just we speculate that there's bad weather. There has been confirmation of damage with this system in parts of northwest Georgia. The tornado is cycling up, or the rotation is cycling up again, and we are on the air with you right now to track those storms as they move in. And Gilmer County is one of the counties that we are responsible for, and that's why we are breaking into programming for you tonight with those storms that are moving through North Georgia. There is also a tornado watch in effect. I want to show you that map. So you can see those areas that we are watching. I have been in communication with the National Weather Service as to whether or not this tornado watch will be extended to maybe last longer, or it could be expanded to include more counties. We are waiting to see, in coordination with the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, as to whether or not this tornado watch is going to be extended and expanded. You can see there in North Georgia, including those counties in northwest Georgia, over toward the Dahlonega area, over toward White County near Helen, up into Towns, Union County, toward Hiawassee, Gilmer County, Fannin County. Those are all the counties included in this tornado watch that is in effect. Take you back out live now to the radar, and you can see here in Atlanta, we're fine now, but it's these storms in northwest Georgia that will be moving our way tonight. We want to prepare you for what is going to be coming into our area during the nighttime hours tonight. It is always unsettling whenever we have these nighttime storms. You need to have a way to get your warnings. Make sure your phone has the alerts enabled for the WEA, or the Weather Emergency Alert System. You can also download our app, the 11 Alive app, and enable alerts there, and you will be alerted for these tornadoes, potential rotation, any tornado warnings, and of course the severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching as well. As I take you back up to northwest Georgia, look at all of that lightning. I want to just show a couple of lightning tracks here for you, where we have the lightning. I'm going to include just northwest and North Georgia right now, where we have about 689 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And again, below me, you can see the tower cam in Rome showing that lightning. And again, Rome is not even in the rain yet, but we're looking north, and since it is dark, we can see that lightning flashing there from the distance. Very active, a lot of lightning in association with this. Now, I'll clear this and widen out even more so you can see what we're watching here with the entire system of all the lightning strikes that we have there. I'm going to do another count. This is going to be very impressive as you see this count that goes back through Tennessee, North Alabama, and over into even western parts of North Carolina. More than 2,700 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. That just goes to show you how strong this cell is, and this entire system is coming out of Tennessee into northern Alabama, and now through parts of northwest Georgia and North Georgia, where we do have this tornado warning that is in effect. I'll drop the lightning here for you now. so we can get a better look at what we're watching with those storms. They now have issued another tornado warning. This is for the southern parts of Walker County, moving into areas, let me get those for you here. The newest tornado warning, again, Gilmer and Murray County, also for parts of Whitfield County as well. For these storms that we're watching, I'll put this back into velocity mode. And we have actually 2 areas of rotation that we're watching right there. I'm going to circle both of these right now, and you'll get a good look at those areas that we are watching for both of those areas of circulation. We have this one here near Villanau, and then this circulation right now near Dalton. The one that is near Dalton right now, that is the one that has the potential to move into Gilmer County first. It would move through Whitfield County and through Murray County. So I want folks there in Dalton, I hope that you have taken your tornado safe positions right now. If you're in Chatsworth right now, I want you to get to the lowest floor of your home, or the centermost part of your house on that lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside, because as this storm gets closer to you, it is possible that, again, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning for those areas. It has quarter-size hail with it. We will keep watching to see if we get a confirmation of actual tornado touching down there now. And then also back into Villanau, we have this area right there that we're watching. Let me erase this here. That area that we're watching right there near Villanau, that is just north of East Armurchie. That would be moving into Carbondale and eventually into Five Springs. So 2 areas of rotation that we're watching, 2 tornado warnings in Northwest Georgia, and we are breaking into programming. It's our responsibility to let those folks in Northwest Georgia, especially for Gilmer County, know what is happening with those storms and that rotation as they are moving over to the east. Now, again, take a look right now at Rome. You'll see right here in the Rome area, I'll circle that for you so you can get a look at what we're talking about right here. So here's Rome. There's no rain in Rome, but this tower cam here is pointed north and northeast, where we're seeing the lightning that is from the distance there in Rome. So you can see how active that is. Every once in a while, you're going to see some of those lightning strikes illuminating the sky right there. In fact, I will move this over just a little bit to look a little bit more to the north and east there for the Rome area. And we'll be able to see a little bit more of that lightning that is moving through those spots right now in parts of northwest Georgia. There you see some of those lightning strikes right there that are continuing in parts of North Georgia right now. So a very active night for these storms that continue to hold together. We were hoping to see some signs of weakening as the storms continue to move over to the east, but many of them are still holding together right now with that circulation that has prompted these tornado warnings in Northwest Georgia right now, with 2 specific areas of circulation that we're watching. Let's take this full at the chroma key wall right now. I want to walk a little bit. I want to walk over there so we can point out what we're watching for these storms. And if you guys can run the crawl through the control room as well instead of just on air, if you guys could still run that crawl here through the control room so we can see it there on the screen. So we have 2 areas of rotation that we're watching right now. It is this part right here where you see the greens and the orange and the yellow color. This is actually showing signs that this may be getting a little more active right here, where we've got this part right here now that's just to the east of Dalton, getting closer to Chatsworth. Where we have this rotation right here that's going to keep pushing over into this direction. If you can see the red polygon, you see that red line right here? This is the polygon right here that cuts into Gilmer County. So we have Ellijay right here. The western parts of Gilmer County are in this warning right now, and this circulation right here would continue moving into this direction, most likely getting into Gilmer County within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And if that holds together, that warning may be expanded even more to maybe include more of Gilmer County and possibly into Fannin County. Another area of circulation we're watching right here near Villanau. This also looks pretty impressive as well. So you have the northern parts of Gordon County right here. This is just north of Calhoun. You see Resaca right here. So again, so when you're thinking about Calhoun, near the Buc-ee's there, it's a little bit north of that where you've got Resaca right here. There's Villanau right here. That circulation also looking impressive. That is another tornado warning, again, for those areas of Walker County, moving into areas of Whitfield County, moving on over to the east. So a very active weather pattern that we are watching right now with these two areas of circulation that we're keeping a close eye on as those storms are really bearing down on northwest Georgia, and we're not really seeing much signs of circulation or much signs of weakening with these storms too. Let's come back to the triple box because I want to kind of break down for you what we've got going on. Again, below me you see the live camera from Rome where we're seeing the lightning strikes that are occasionally popping there. Even though Rome is not seeing the storms over them at this moment, we're looking north, and you can see from the distance that lightning there with those storms that are up in North Georgia. I'll put that lightning data back on right there, and that is what we're watching again for those areas. Now, I want to widen out. Let me give you perspective here of what we're watching. Back into Alabama and back into Tennessee, we also have we have near Huntsville tornado warnings, just to the west of Scottsboro, Alabama, tornado warnings, southern Tennessee and the North Alabama line. Again, these are all pushing closer to northwest Georgia, and eventually some of these storms will be making it into the metro area later on tonight during the overnight hours and also toward tomorrow morning. Here it is in motion right now, and you can see those storms that are really just firing up. We also have the tornado watch in effect. We are waiting to see from the National Weather Service as to whether or not we are going to watch those storms as they continue pushing through here during the overnight hours. We have the potential that additional tornado warnings could be issued here from those storms that we are tracking through parts of northwest Georgia tonight. And this is just the beginning of the action. Northwest Georgia is seeing this first. Then it'll be moving through the rest of North Georgia and eventually into some North Metro counties tonight. I want you to be prepared for heavy rain, damaging winds. There is that potential for some tornadoes to occur with this system through these overnight hours tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow as well. Otherwise, we have these other storms here that we're watching here back into Alabama and also into Tennessee. Those most likely will be holding together, pushing into areas of northwest Georgia tonight. Now again, here in the metro area, you can see we don't have the rain yet. So why is the weather guy breaking into my programming? We are responsible for alerting these folks in northwest Georgia for these two areas of circulation that we're watching. And again, moving into these counties that we're responsible for. That's why we're on your TV tonight and getting you prepared for the additional storms that are going to be coming in during the nighttime hours tonight as well. So let me break down for you again. We have all the lightning in northwest Georgia. I want to do another count of the lightning there. Just in northwest Georgia, just in the state of Georgia here, that part right there, more than 800 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes from those storms that are moving through northwest Georgia at this hour. Even more back into Alabama and Tennessee. When we did a count on those earlier, it was about 2,700 lightning strikes. And that entire system is going to be pushing through our area during the overnight hours tonight. I'll take the lightning data off. We'll clear this off. Here is another look at the tornado warnings that are in effect. I want to look and see if the National Weather Service has given us any updates on these warnings right now. And we are seeing here also a flash flood warning has been issued for Catoosa, Murray, and also Walker County and Whitfield County because of all the heavy rain that has been coming down there in parts of North Georgia. So at the top of the hour here, I know it's 11:03. Normally you would be seeing our news anchors and the open of our newscast. We are in wall-to-wall coverage right now for these strong thunderstorms that are moving through. I would love for you guys in the control room, give me a heads up if Cody Alcorn, I know they're up in the Gordon County area, if it is possible to do a quick live shot with him. Just let me know if he's available just so that we can let people know here what's going on briefly with him. Tell him we'll just do a quick hit with him just so folks there can see what we're watching there in Gordon County because he is in Calhoun. And can we put him in one of the boxes? If not, we can take him full and then we'll go back here. I'd love to be able to see him and the radar at the same time, if that is possible, because I don't want to lose sight of this radar. So we're just getting this together here for you live on the air. So let me know when he's ready, and we will pitch to him, because I'd love to see. I know they're seeing a lot of lightning there in where he is in Calhoun, looking northward there. So we have these 2 tornado warnings that are in effect at this hour. These are in those areas of North Georgia, in Dalton. In fact, they just updated this right now. A new update that we have right now that has just come in, still in effect for Gilmer County, Murray County, and also Whitfield County. It remains in effect until 11:15 for West Central Gilmer, Central Murray, and East Central Whitfield counties. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Chatsworth, moving east at 25 miles an hour. The main hazards with this, a possible tornado and also half-dollar size hail with this storm in that northern part there, or in the southern parts of Whitfield County, moving in through Murray County and also Gilmer County with that. So the latest that we have is from that. I want to show you the correlation coefficient, or our debris tracker. Okay, so I don't see anything that looks too alarming right now with that, but it's just these 2 areas of rotation that we're watching. Let's go to Cody Alcorn right now. I don't know if we can use radar and him in a double box right now. Cody, I know that you guys are up. Are y'all still in Calhoun right there in Gordon County? Tell me what you're seeing there. Most likely a lot of lightning to your north.
Yeah, that's mainly what we've been seeing, Chris. Just as a reference point, everybody knows where this Buc-ee's is on 75. We're about 9 miles north of Buc-ee's, about 15 miles south of Dalton, and we can really see the lightning to our north. In fact, that's really what we've been able to see. You can see some flashes there, but that's what we're seeing here. Not a lot of wind. We saw a few raindrops, Chris, just in the last probably 15 minutes on our way up, but I can tell you a lot of the lightning show is north of us on those warned storms that you have been talking about on radar here north of Dalton.
All right, thank you, Cody, so much for that report. I want you guys to stay safe there. The edge of that storm is just to the north of you. Let's come back here because we want to keep the radar going here. Again, what you see below me, that is the Rome Tower Cam as we are looking north, and you can occasionally see some of those lightning strikes there from those storms. We have the plenty of lightning there here to the north side right now. The velocity mode, let me take the lightning again off. You can see the really heavy rain that is in Dalton. I'm looking to see if we have any additional updates coming in right now from the National Weather Service. Nothing new since the one that I just told you just a moment ago, but we have these tornado warnings that are in effect for those areas of North Georgia near Dalton. That is going to move through Murray County and also move into the western parts of Gilmer County. 2 areas of rotation that we're watching. Now, this is really interesting here of what we're watching. I'm sorry, my IFB is going in and out. So we have these storms that have that rotation. I want to circle those again. This is the interesting part right here, where this rotation, the one that has prompted the tornado warning for parts of Murray County, also into Gilmer County and into Murray County, that rotation looks like it's showing a little bit of a signs of weakening. So we will wait and see if that warning expires at 11:15, then we can continue on with our regular newscast. So we'll hold on to that and see at 11:15 if that warning expires. We'll continue on with our regular newscast here. We also have this circulation that we were watching just out to the west. That warning is no longer in effect. Let me just confirm that right here. So right now the tornado warning is Central Gilmer, Central Murray, and East Central Whitfield counties with that one. Let me take the radar data off here just for a second so we can get a better look at that. Okay, so that red is still there though. That tornado warning is still there. That's what I wanted to confirm there. The southern parts of Walker County, southern parts of Whitfield County, that is still in effect with that rotation that still looks pretty impressive with that storm that continues to push over to the east here. So it's both of these areas of circulation that we're watching, the one to the west of Chatsworth and the one near Villanelle. You okay? Oh, we need to move that. The one near Villanelle is what we're keeping an eye on. So we'll keep watching that storm with both of those areas of rotation. And if that one near Chatsworth, again, if that falls apart And if the National Weather Service does let that expire at 11:15, we'll continue on with our newscast here. But these are the two warnings that we have there right now. Here to give you more perspective, this is what we're watching there in North Georgia with those storms. But I want you to know, back into Alabama, we have additional storms with additional tornado warnings. All of that is still coming our way tonight. So even though we're watching these storms right now through Dalton, moving through Murray County into Gilmer and Fannin County with all that heavy rain, and again, that tornado warning that does include parts of Gilmer County, this is just the beginning. We have additional storms that are out to the west of us in Alabama and in the southern parts of Tennessee. All of that still has to move our way tonight too. So we're expecting an active night, especially in far north Georgia, but some of those storms most likely will hold together for our area tonight as well, with that system that continues to push on into our area tonight with those strong storms rolling on through. Take a look here at what we're watching. It looks as if they may be expanding that tornado watch to include more areas now. We'll wait and get a confirmation on that here in just a second. But I'm seeing another tornado watch that's popping up right there on the screen that may be just brand new, and we'll wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to confirm that for us and add any additional counties. As of right now, it is those northern tier of counties where we have that tornado watch that is in effect, but I expect more counties are about to be added on there right now. From the National Weather Service and from the Storm Prediction Center for the next little while, the potential that additional counties are going to be added into this tornado watch. So the next couple of minutes are going to be important as to see what we're watching with those storms in North Georgia for that tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings for extreme northwest Georgia, including parts of Gilmer County, which is one of the areas that we are responsible for here in the Atlanta viewing area. In Gilmer County, the western parts included in this tornado warning now that is set to expire in just a little bit here. Getting an indication here. Yes, it's still moving to the east at about 25 miles an hour. I want to show you some of our products that we have where this is a look at the shear that we've been watching with these storms. And I'm going to put this into motion here. And you can kind of see, it's really close up. See those blue areas that we're watching, that one that came out of Walnut Grove? Those blue areas are the very small spots of rotation that we're watching, and that's what has prompted these tornado warnings to be issued here in our area. I also want to show you the significant tornado parameter. This is just one of the tools that we watch here. Now, what you're seeing there, the yellows and oranges, that doesn't mean this is where we're definitely going to have tornadoes tonight, but this is where the environment is more conducive for rotation to develop. And you see all the yellow and orange there, even into the metro area, where we have enough instability and enough shear in our environment that we are watching these storms as they move through tonight that could have the potential for that rotation. As we get to the early morning hours, again, that environment is still there, but it's not as widespread. So we're hoping through the overnight, we will see a little more stable air that will keep pushing through our area during those nighttime hours tonight. And even though we still have the severe weather risk through the overnight hours, we hope to see that weakening somewhat through the overnight hours as we do see hopefully some more stability showing up within our atmosphere. Again, down below me, you see our tower cam from the Rome area. I want to pop up another tower cam, our one out of Dahlonega there at the University of North Georgia. This, again, when I pop this up, it is going to be very dark. But again, we may see, it's not just going to be a blank screen there. We may see some lightning flashes there as well. I'm going to kind of move this camera over a little bit too. Right now, it is pointing over to the north and west. We'll go back over. Okay, there's some of that lightning right there. I'm going to go back to this area right here. You'll see that move on your screen in just a minute. And this is a look at some of the lightning that we're going to be watching there in North Georgia in Lumpkin County, because you folks over in Lumpkin County, you need to keep an eye on these storms as well. As that entire system, you see that kind of moving there, and you're going to see some of those lightning strikes coming in to the west of Lumpkin County and to the west of the University of North Georgia. But that's just giving us a good visual of all the lightning there in association with these storms that are rolling through North Georgia. The rest of Gilmer County is now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. And what we have with this warning right now from Gilmer County is, okay, and also a new tornado watch there. I'll show you that. That now goes as far east as Banks County and also over into Hall County. So we have this new severe thunderstorm warning that includes southwestern Catoosa, Murray County, Whitfield County, and east central Walker County with those storms. So really, I'm going to drop the radar just for a moment so you can see all the yellow polygons and the red polygons. That's where we have the tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect there in North Georgia. We also have the flood warning that is in effect there too. So for you guys in the control room, they just canceled the tornado warning for Gilmer County. That is the reason why we broke into programming. That is the reason we are on right now. This rotation that we're watching here, let me see if the Weather Service is giving us any more information when we have here, but that tornado warning just expired at 11:15. Let me take the radar data off. I want to make sure I have a comfort level before sending y'all back to our newscast that everything is pretty much calming down just a little bit more now. Now, still plenty of rain, plenty of heavy rain, plenty of wind. We have severe thunderstorm warnings there in those areas of North Georgia, but now the tornado warning is no longer in effect. Those areas of rotation, actually the tornado warning is no longer in effect. Those areas of rotation have loosened up a little bit. They're a little broader now. So they have allowed the tornado warnings to expire for those North Georgia counties. However, this system isn't finished with us yet. Within those storms that are in Northwest Georgia right now, we could see that rotation cycle back up. We could also see these storms that are back in North Alabama, also prompting tornado warnings there that'll be moving through our area. And all of this is going to be pushing into our direction during the nighttime hours tonight. I want to take you back to Cody Alcorn right now. Cody are y'all ready? Can we go to Cody? Cody has been up in Gordon County, up in the Calhoun area. Okay, hold on now. We have still the tornado warning. This one was just issued just now at 11:16. This just in, a brand new tornado warning. We're going to hold with our coverage. Cody, stay there for just a second here because I want to tell people western Gilmer County, southern Murray County, southeastern Whitfield County. This is another brand new tornado warning. This is now going to be in effect until midnight. So I'm going to walk over to the key here in just a second so you guys can see what we've got going on. But this is that newest tornado warning for Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield County just now coming in from the National Weather Service. So we are going to hold with you for a little while longer. This is now going to be in effect until midnight tonight with this newest one. So I'm going to walk over to the key just so you can get a good look at this latest warning that just came in. You see this red polygon right here that just popped up. So this is Murray County. Here is Cisco right here. We've got this rotation that we're watching in this area here that does extend from Murray County that covers now more of western Gilmer County with these storms that are pushing through that area. So now this rotation has tightened up a little bit more where we do have this rotation now that is now going to be getting closer to the Gilmer County line. Here's Cartacay. We have Ellijay near there as well for this polygon here. So if you're in those areas and your phone just alerted you and you're turning on the TV to find out what's going on, this is a brand new tornado warning just now issued with this rotation that is still holding together right now, that is in Murray County. This is going to be crossing over the line soon into Gilmer County, where we have this new tornado warning in effect. And what happens a lot of times with these systems is that we'll see their circulation loosen up a little bit and get a little broader, meaning it's less threatening. and then all of a sudden it tightens up again, meaning there is the potential for this storm to be a little stronger now, and that's exactly what we're seeing with that cycling effect from that storm here that we're watching. I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter. This is the part, that area right there at Dennis. You see that right there? All right, that's the spot we're watching very closely for that circulation at 411. That is just to the north of Bloodtown. And that would be moving on into Elders potentially in the next few minutes. Here is Ellijay. You see this right here where we see Ellijay. I'll draw that here for you right there. So if you are in Ellijay right now, I want you to be in your tornado safe position. Also south of Chatsworth in Murray County, I want you to be in your tornado safe position as this system is moving over toward the east. It is moving into this direction here and would be potentially moving into Ellijay. This is a brand new tornado warning. Again, a radar indicated rotation. Right now it's not confirmed rotation. Let's go back to the triple box right now. Again, so what we're watching is, again, you'll see a tower cam from Lumpkin County looking over toward the west, where you can see those storms and the lightning that is taking place there, as well as the system that is to the west that also has those storms that will continue moving on through those areas as well. I'm going to update the crawl. The crawl just dropped there. I did that on purpose, and we're going to put that back up here. That also shows the map there at the bottom of your screen with the watches, and it'll show the radar on there too. So in Ellijay, make sure you're in your tornado safe position right now. This cell that is back into Murray County has cycled up yet once again, and you can see here, I'm going to go back to the Rome tower cam. I'm seeing a lot of lightning there from Rome as well in northwest Georgia, and I want y'all to be able to see that too. That's showing up here on the screen in the Rome area with those storms very active there. So this is the part we're watching near Dennis in Murray County. That is moving closer to Tales Creek. It'll continue moving over to the east. Now I'm going to broaden this out a little bit so you can see where all this is in relation to the Atlanta area. And you can see here, let me go back to this, where we have those storms very strong in northwest Georgia as well as in North Georgia with those tornado warnings, additional warnings back into Alabama. Those are most likely going to get into northwest Georgia and also North Georgia as well. And this is all just north of the Atlanta area right now. The National Weather Service has expanded the tornado watch. I want to show you that. Earlier, it was just those counties there. In North Georgia, it did not include those counties to the east, so now additional counties are included in that, like over near Gainesville in Hall County, over toward Banks County, Stevens County, Rabun County, Habersham County. You're in that now, as well as along the South Carolina line over toward Elbert County as well with those with that tornado watch that's in effect, and that is going to be an expiration time that is going to be a little bit further out. Let me see when that expiration time is going to be for that tornado watch. It is going to be in effect until 4 a.m. So I'm going to change that here on the graphic. Until 4 a.m. is when that tornado watch is going to be in effect now for those areas of North Georgia. And additional counties now are included in that tornado watch. Back to radar. Northwest Georgia, we have the tornado watch that is in effect right now for those areas from Dalton moving into parts of Gilmer County. Do we have Cody now? I know we tried to go to him for a minute just when they issued that new tornado warning. We're going to get Cody back on right now. Cody is in Calhoun, just to the south of this main line right now. We're going to kind of find out from Cody what he's seeing. Cody, thank you for being out there. I want you guys to be safe. You are in Calhoun. Is that correct right now? Where you are, you're just south of that line. I want to show people on the map here where you are so that they will know. So Cody is right there. If you see that in Calhoun, all right. Just to the north of him is where we have that tornado warning that is in effect. So you are in a safe spot. I just want our viewers to know that we have not put you in danger, but let me know what you're seeing right there in Calhoun and if you're noticing all of that lightning to the north of you.
Yeah, we're right on I-75, about 15 miles south of Dalton. I can tell you Dalton police just posting on Facebook, a lot of roads are flooded right now throughout the city. They're asking people to stay off the roads if you do not have to be out right now. We're actually at a gas station, a Pilot here, just about 9 miles north of Buc-ee's, if you know where that's at here on I-75. And again, we're just about 15 miles south of Dalton. And what we've really been seeing is just the lightning. It's been a lightning show since we left the city and got up here in North Georgia. But where we're at here in Calhoun off 75, we've not seen any rain, just a few drops. Not a whole lot of wind, but the lightning, as you just see it, it's all north of us in that line that you've been talking about, Chris. We have been seeing people talk about the storm here. Everybody's watching their phones. So as you mentioned, we are safe here. We are monitoring the local EMA sites as well. But right now, all I've really seen from Dalton, police just telling people to stay off the roads. They are seeing a lot of localized flooding throughout the city with the storm moving through.
All right, Cody, thank you so much for that live report. We're back here live now in the Storm Tracker Center. I want to kind of reset to show you what we're watching, where we have that rotation right now still up in North Georgia. This is a wider view, so you can see in Atlanta, we're actually fine. Much of the metro area is fine right now. It is these storms in Northwest Georgia that are prompting the tornado warnings as well as severe thunderstorm warnings. And as you can see, this red box now is including more counties in the tornado watch, and now the tornado watch is in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning for North Georgia. I want to show you another lightning count that we have for this storm, and this is going to be just for North Georgia, including just North Georgia right there. More than 1,100 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And if you want to see something even more impressive, we'll come out just a little bit further here and count all of this lightning. That includes North Alabama and into Tennessee. And I won't even go into Kentucky here. We'll go North Alabama, Tennessee, and into the western parts of North Carolina. About almost 2,600 plus, almost 2,700 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. That just shows how electric these storms are, how strong these storms are, and how severe we've been having with these storms. And that's what is pushing into Northwest Georgia and North Georgia right now. Closer in, we'll drop the lightning data, and you can see here again, we have this tornado warning that is in effect. I want to see if the National Weather Service has given us a new update. They just took Whitfield County near Dalton out of the tornado warning. The area of circulation now is more into Murray County and pushing closer to areas of Gilmer County. So Murray County, Gilmer County are still in this. This is a radar indicated rotation. This is an update that just came in just a couple of minutes ago from the National Weather Service. We still have the radar indicated rotation with that. Also, ping pong ball size hail. Here's a look at the hail product we have right here. I'll take the lightning off. What we're watching right here, 2 areas of hail. We've got this one here. That's right there. All right. That has large hail with it, and also just to the east of Chatsworth, that's about to move into the western parts of Gilmer County. And then this one right here, we'll look at the hail size with this one right here, showing hail of more than 1 inch in diameter. This one has hail almost 1 inch in diameter. So we have some good hail coming down with that as well, with that very heavy rain that continues to fall through those spots there in North Georgia. And again, still those additional tornado warnings back toward Huntsville and north of Geraldine, Alabama. We still have to watch those move through our area tonight too. And eventually this will make it into the metro Atlanta area later on during the nighttime hours tonight. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm just going to run those down for you right now, the warnings that are in effect right now. We have this one here at Whitfield County, Catoosa, Murray, Walker, and Whitfield, as I mentioned there. That's in effect until 12:15. We have this one for Gilmer and Murray County until 12:15. We have the tornado warning for Gilmer and Murray County. That's going to be in effect until midnight. And then this additional severe thunderstorm warning for Fannin, and Union County. That'll be in effect until the midnight area tonight. Here is a camera right now out of Chatsworth. You see that here at the bottom of the screen. This is a camera out of the Chatsworth area that is showing that very heavy rain. Chatsworth is in that spot where we have this near where we have that tornado warning that is in effect. Let me go back here to our screen here, and I'll get a little bit tighter as to what we're watching. You can see some of the flooding, the water there on the roads that we're keeping an eye on, the ponding on the roads, and cars are having to drive very slowly through that very heavy rain. This is at SR 61 at SR 52, the alternate there in that area near Chatsworth. So on your screen, let's go back here. This is where that camera is located. I'll circle that for you here. There's Chatsworth right here. So that is near where we see that tower cam that you're looking at right now. Very heavy rain going through, and I'm going to show you the velocity as well. And really, that rotation. All right, let me walk to the key because I want to show you what we're watching here. It's that rotation. They're going to take the key full here for me. Is what we're watching where you just saw that tower cam. All right, that is right here at Chatsworth. All right, that we were watching that there at right on that road that we're talking about. We have this rotation right here. So what we were showing you is there on 411 near 76, that live camera here. Just to the east of that is where we have this rotation. This is actually still holding together pretty well, where we see the greens, yellows, and reds right here all together. So this is Highway 76. Ellijay is right here, all right? So this polygon that you see cuts off right there at Ellijay. You see the red polygon right there, that cuts off right at Ellijay in Gilmer County. So right now that circulation is coming out of Murray County, moving in to the western parts of Gilmer County right here. So here's Highway 76. If you're used to coming out of Ellijay, going over to the west toward Chatsworth, there's Highway 76 right here that goes into 411. We've already seen this rotation near Chatsworth. I'm kind of keeping an eye on this as well. That's not really that broad there south of Chatsworth, but we'll keep an eye on that. It's this rotation right here that is still prompting this tornado warning here. The National Weather Service took Whitfield County out of the tornado warning, so Whitfield County is no longer in it. We're watching this for Murray County, and now that circulation, this is the county line right here, all right, coming from Murray County into Gilmer County. This is the county line. This is the rotation now into the western parts of Gilmer County, and then here is Ellijay right here, where we have this circulation that is about to move in. In Ellijay or in any of these surrounding areas, be in your tornado safe position right now. The lowest floor of your home, the centermost part of your house there on that lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as that'll be the safest spot for you with this circulation right here moving right along Highway 76, pushing closer to the Ellijay area. It is going to be interesting to see now if the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning maybe more over to the east and also extend that time of when it's supposed to expire. So it's supposed to expire at midnight, but it is possible that they may extend that out just a little bit more. So Gilmer and Murray counties, you see that here at the bottom of your screen. We also have the crawl running at the bottom of your screen with the updates that are coming in for these strong storms. And I really am seeing that still is holding together pretty well with that potential rotation. Still not a confirmation. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning. We don't have a confirmation from the National Weather Service yet, or really a tornado debris signature from that to confirm it. But this is what we're going to be watching here. When we go back to the triple box, you're going to see here below me, this is a tower cam in Ellijay. This one right here below me that you see right now is, okay, you see the bright lights that are seen there. Most likely those were some lightning strikes that you see. There is a, looks like some kind of emergency vehicle there in the road as well. This is at SR State Route 282 at Maddox Drive in Gilmer County there near Ellijay. All right, let's keep that camera in the triple box because, so that was there in that spot near Ellijay where we're watching that. And in the screen here, this is where we're watching the circulation that is moving through. Let's see if we have another update. No new update right now. Still radar indicated rotation, also some ping pong ball size hail. Let me circle this for you. This is the spot we're watching between Ollie, Elders, Lemon Lane South. All right, this is the circulation right now. And then here is Ellijay right here. Many of you are familiar with Ellijay. That's why I'm circling that. All these other cities are very important as well. Ella Gap, over toward Elders. This storm is bearing down on you right now in Elders with some very strong winds. Again, that potential rotation that continues to move through those spots right now in those areas of Gilmer County, now into the western parts of Gilmer County for those storms now. And that rotation is still looking impressive, about to bear down on the Ellijay area. I want to get in a little bit tighter. Many of you travel to Ellijay and have vacation homes there. So there's Kiker, Highland Parkway, as well as Northcutt, and also White Path there along Highway 76. So Elders is on Highway 76. There you see Highway 52 that comes into the Ellijay area. And then, of course, if you took 76 north and east, that would take you on up toward Mineral Bluff and Blue Ridge. But this is that rotation right now bearing down on Elders. We should get some new scans coming in here any moment right now. And then the camera you see below me is in Ellijay, where we're going to keep an eye on that right now with that storm. And again, we're going to be watching for hail. Let me go back to our hail product so we can see here. Take the lightning away. All right, two spots that we're watching. This one here that's showing the hail right there to the west of Ellijay, almost an inch in diameter. So again, the National Weather Service reporting ping pong ball size hail possible with that. And then we have hail south of Chatsworth there, still in Murray County, large hail in association with that too. And that just goes to show you how volatile this entire system is with that large hail possible there in those spots. So numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We also have the tornado warning in effect for eastern parts of Murray County, and including there those areas of Gilmer County up around Ellijay. I'm going to be interested to see here if the National Weather Service is going to expand that warning out a little bit more, because this rotation that we're watching right there to the west of Ellijay still is looking very impressive right there. Let's go down to street level. We're talking about Tails Creek, Elders, right around Ollie, Lemon Lane South. There's Ella Gap, Ellijay, Northcutt, all those spots right now. Be in your tornado safe position. Take your phone with you. If you're watching me, you can take your phone with you as you go into a closet or go into your basement if you don't have a TV there. Use our app so we can keep you posted on what's happening here with those storms in those spots of northeast Georgia. Widening out a little bit more. Let's give you perspective, kind of reset here. In Atlanta, we're fine right now. We're going to watch these storms in North Georgia that start to push our way, though, during the overnight hours and during the early morning hours tomorrow. More warnings back in North Alabama. So it's just not this first little bit that's moving on through. We have these additional storms coming out of Alabama and out of Tennessee that will keep moving our way during the nighttime hours. We're holding on with our wall-to-wall coverage just because of this tornado warning in Gilmer County right now. And as we get to the 11th, maybe you're looking for Jimmy Fallon right now. We are holding on now to our coverage, and we are going to stay on with this coverage until the tornado warnings expire or until we see the threat from these systems move on out. Let me check another thing here from the National Weather Service. Strong winds west of Ellijay, the Weather Service is saying, are showing signs of the beginning of some weakening there. And we currently are expecting 70-mile-an-hour winds with the severe thunderstorm in Ellijay, and we're going to keep that going. They may cancel the tornado warning soon for Ellijay if they do not see it cycle back up. So right now, this tornado warning is still in effect for Gilmer County and also those areas of eastern Murray County. The circulation part, the area that we were watching with that potential rotation, was showing signs of maybe weakening a little bit, crossing over the line. We have the tower cam below us here in Ellijay. You can see it kind of pixelating a little bit. That's what happens when it's so dark out there and you get these lightning flashes and it kind of pixelates the picture just a little bit. You see it trying to clear up a little bit there as well. But we're watching that camera very closely as those storms continue to move through. We have a tree across a roadway in Catoosa Wautusa County. We have power outages in Whitfield County, also some hail in parts of Whitfield County, debris on the road in Whitfield County at 340 and I-75 South as the storms move through there as well. So we do have reports of damage in parts of northwest Georgia as we are covering this storm as it rolls on through. All right, so they're just now canceling this just in 11:38. You just saw that red box disappear on the screen there. They're just now canceling the tornado warning for northwestern Gilmer and southeastern Murray County. The tornado threat has diminished. The tornado warning has been canceled, but we still have large hail, damaging winds with that. They remain likely, and the severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect. Now, even though this warning has been canceled, I'm still going to hold with you a little bit longer because this could cycle back up. And instead of taking you back to programming and breaking in again, I want to stay with you a little while longer here just to make sure they don't issue a new warning that could happen if any of this rotation still kind of cycles up. So that part, yeah, that does show how quickly, you know, earlier that did look a lot more impressive. This that we're watching right here, that part right there looked a lot more impressive just a little bit earlier. We still have a little bit of that to watch out to the west too, but now that rotation has broadened, it has weakened a little bit. It's not as impressive as it was a little bit earlier. So that's why they allowed the tornado warning, they allowed it to be canceled. They canceled it. It was supposed to be in effect until midnight, but now they have canceled it because that rotation has weakened somewhat. But more rotation could develop with that too. We have these additional storms back in Alabama. You see the tornado warnings there in Huntsville, also near Scottsboro, Alabama. Those are also going to move into northwest Georgia, and then eventually all of this is going to move our way. So let me sum up here for you. Tornado watch for North Georgia and Northeast Georgia does not include Atlanta, but some counties were added in just a little while ago, Hall and Banks County, as well as those counties along the Georgia-South Carolina line. This is now going to be in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning, so that tornado watch does not include the metro area, but it does include those areas in far north Georgia. Here is a look at what we're watching with those storms there in North Georgia. I'll put this into motion here, and you can see how those are moving with all the lightning there. Generally, the cells themselves are moving to the east, but the entire system is going to be pushing down to the south of us tonight. So I want to show you the forecast track because I know many of you are thinking, I want to go to sleep, but I want to know what's going on out there. Make sure that you have weather of the WEA alerts, the weather emergency alerts that are enabled on your phone. You can download the 11 Alive app, make sure alerts are enabled on that as well, and that will alert you during the overnight hours for any of those storms that are going to be moving through tonight. Here's a look at that line pushing through our area. We have a secondary part that we'll be watching early tomorrow morning. Chesley is going to be in here by around 2 o'clock. I'm staying here until at least Chesley gets here. He'll be walking you through this system that is coming through, excuse me, early tomorrow morning. And then that will give us a break around lunchtime. And then later Thursday night and into Friday, we're watching this part of the system that may regenerate severe storms again, generally south of the Atlanta area, and maybe including Atlanta. That's at 3 o'clock in the morning, Thursday night into early on Friday. So we'll have a break tomorrow. Then additional storms will be coming through late Thursday night and into early on Friday before all of that pushes out. And then we're going to have a much better weekend with cooler air that'll be pushing into our area. I want to show you a couple of the products, though. The significant tornado parameter. This shows the environment that we have in our area. Now, where you see the yellows and oranges there, that doesn't mean those are areas that are going to get tornadoes. This just shows you where the tornado environment is conducive for some rotation to develop. Now, the storms are mainly far to the north right now, but what I want you to see is through the nighttime hours, we still have that environment with us through early tomorrow morning where we could see some rotation developing there. And then also, though, watching it disappear as those storms diminish tomorrow. And then later tomorrow night, that environment ramps up once again as those storms redevelop. So we'll have to watch that tomorrow night. But I do think that's going to be a lower threat tomorrow night compared to what we're dealing with out there for tonight. So back to radar with the severe storms that we are watching right now. And as of right now, in fact, let me go back up here. I want to take the lightning off, and I'm going to drop the radar data just for a moment so we can confirm that we no longer have any tornado warnings in effect in North Georgia. These are severe thunderstorm warnings with strong winds and also large hail with these storms that are moving through those areas right now. Let me take the radar, take the lightning off again. I want to show you this hail. This is a very strong hail core here right now with those storms, more than 1 inch in diameter there between Dennis and Bloodtown. So even though we're not seeing the rotation there anymore, we still have some large hail with those storms pushing through. We have still, the tornado warning has been canceled for Catoosa and Walker, but it is still in effect for Murray and Whitfield counties there in northwest Georgia. And when the National Weather Service is issuing these, I'm going to take you back to velocity right now. And so near Ellijay, yeah, we still have broad rotation there near Ellijay. They have allowed that tornado warning to expire in Ellijay. I still see some broad rotation in Ellijay. I want you to know there's still some broad rotation there, even though we don't think there's evidence of a tornado actually making it to the ground or coming down to the ground. We may have some strong winds in association with that, but what we often see sometimes is that we'll see these storms kind of cycle back up, and any information can be any of the tornado warning could possibly be issued again if these storms cycle back up now, even though they were kind of broadening out just a little bit more. So let me go back here to see any additional information from the National Weather Service. We have a vehicle underwater with an entrapment that is in Whitfield County, maybe near the Dalton area. I think our Cody Alcorn is headed up toward Dalton. This is at Utility Road and Miracle Drive with an accident with entrapment, and fire rescue is moving there. We also have other evidences of damage, strong winds west of Ellijay with that storm that we're watching right now in those spots there in North Georgia. So I don't feel comfortable totally letting you go right now back to regular programming, just because this rotation near Ellijay still looks interesting and often. Okay, there's a new scan that just came in. Okay, so now, again, not overly concerning now, but I want to keep an eye on this near Ellijay just to see if the National Weather Service could potentially issue another tornado warning. That camera below me is Ellijay that you're seeing right now. And I know it keeps kind of pixelating a little bit. Whenever we have lightning flashes there, it takes the camera just a second to kind of reset. But we have the heavy rain coming in through Ellijay right now, and you see the flashing lights that we have there now, kind of those waves of rain moving through. We have ponding on the roadway there as well. And again, still the potential for a little bit of rotation right there at Ellijay, not as impressive looking as it was a little bit earlier. We're holding on to these severe thunderstorm warnings in North Georgia, including Fannin County now, pushing over into Union County, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And the main impacts we're watching with those warnings are strong winds and also hail with those storms. And every one or these severe thunderstorm warnings within the tag that we get from the National Weather Service, they're saying tornado possible, meaning that at any time we could see this rotation kind of cycle back up, and that even though there's not a tornado warning right now, they're still saying a tornado is possible with some cycling back up or recycling possible here for those spots. So as of right now, no tornado warnings in effect, but multiple severe severe thunderstorm warnings. And within those warnings, they're saying a tornado is possible at any time because we are seeing some of that evidence of rotation, especially this one in Ellijay. I want to show you something we don't always show you. This is our velocity. I'm going to kind of look at these pixels here showing winds. Okay, that's showing 53 mile an hour winds on one side. On the other side, we're seeing winds that are 8 to 10 miles an hour. So adding those together, that would be 60 plus mile an hour winds there with that in a very small area. So that's bearing down on Ellijay right now. Again, where you see, okay, we just changed the cameras. What you're looking at below me now is Rome. And again, we're pointing, even though Rome is not seeing any rain, we're pointing the camera northward in Rome because we have been seeing a lot of lightning there. I'm going to put this back to our camera at the University of North Georgia. And again, when I pop this up here, it's going to look very dark, of course. Don't think that's just a black screen there at the bottom. But what you're seeing right now, this is our camera at the University of North Georgia there in Lumpkin County. We most likely may have a little more luck seeing some of that lightning here from this camera because that's looking back toward the Ellijay area and there into North Georgia. And just as we took that full, we could see, there you see some of that lightning there from our tower cam now at the University of North Georgia in the Ellijay, or not in Ellijay, in Dahlonega. There in Lumpkin County, and we're seeing those storms and that lightning that is just getting a little more active there. Again, in between these lightning strikes, I know this looks really dark there, but we have some additional lightning strikes that are going to be continuing to show up here with plenty of lightning moving through. The next thing we're watching is over to the west. Over here in Alabama, we have additional storms, another tornado warning in Alabama that may be crossing over the line into Dade County, Walker County, possibly into the northern parts of Chattooga County. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. This rotation, or this mode, all right, so that, again, we're talking about Alabama here, North Alabama. This does not look good, all right? This looks like a very strong storm there near Pisgah, moving in toward Hennegar. And the reason I'm showing you that is because you see it there crossing over 59 in a little bit. If that holds together, that would move into Dade, Walker County, and maybe into the northern parts of Chattooga County, there north of Menlo, north of Somerville. So we have to keep an eye on that pushing in from Alabama, moving through parts of North Georgia right now. So a lot to watch during the overnight hours tonight. Very heavy rain, strong storms continuing to move on through. I'm going to go back to the Weather Service, make sure we don't have any new updates from them right now. They're saying to remain alert for a possible tornado, even though we have these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. They are saying that at any time a tornado could cycle back up. Here we go, back to Ellijay. You know, okay, these cycles, this is what I'm talking about here. Within these cycles that we're watching, and this is what we're kind of keeping an eye on right here. This is a little broader. It's not as tight as it was earlier, but there is still some rotation that we're watching there. It may not be an actual tornado touching down, but we do have the strong storms that are rolling through those spots right now. Below me now, you see the Blue Ridge camera. That is our live camera there in Blue Ridge. This is north of Ellijay, where you see the rain coming down right now, and there's a lot of lightning right now in Blue Ridge as well with those storms. Almost constant lightning. Just you see those flashes just every few seconds there. You're most likely hearing a lot of thunder in those areas of North Georgia too. I'll widen out here, and you can see what we're watching. So Blue Ridge is just to the north of Ellijay. I want to circle both of those right here. So what we are watching, this is the, again, broader rotation at Ellijay. The camera that you see just below me is from Blue Ridge, all right? So you see this camera just below me is from Blue Ridge, and I circled Blue Ridge. In fact, I can kind of point that out right here on this monitor behind me, but you can see there north and east of Ellijay, Blue Ridge. That is the vantage point that we are looking at right now toward the south of Blue Ridge right now. In fact, let me move that camera while we're on right now. I want to give you a better view here of what we're watching. This is Blue Ridge looking now toward the east. You're seeing a lot of lightning there. I want to move this over to the south a little bit more. Okay, there we are, just zoomed in to the building. It'll come back out here. I want to move this more toward the south, and this is going to give us a better view, kind of looking down the street there. All right, of those storms and all of that lightning. I'm even going to tilt up just a little bit so we can see that some of that lightning that's coming in. So that is the view. You're going to see that camera below me move here in just a second. As I just adjusted that, there's just a little bit of a delay that you will see there from the Blue Ridge camera. Just below me here, it's kind of pixelated just a little bit. That happens a lot when we have the lightning coming through. But that camera, there we go, zooming in. Now it's going to zoom out, and then it's going to push over to the south, and you're going to see more of that lightning that is continuing to move on through those spots right now. But here is a look right now at Ellijay and Cartacay. There you see that live view right now as we've kind of showing you full screen of all the lightning right now up in the Blue Ridge area with this storm. That this is just north of that main area of circulation that was giving us just something to kind of keep an eye on here. So again, not as tight as it was earlier, but it's that bit of circulation still at Ellijay that we're watching that's going to move over toward Cartacay. Then it will keep moving on over to the east. Again, the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning, but as you can see here, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. I want to show you here those warnings. First, this one to the north in Fannin and Union County. You see the black box showing up there on your screen, showing that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until midnight. We have this one in Gilmer and Murray County. It's going to be in effect until 12:15, and then this one, including areas of Whitfield County and Murray County, that is going to be in effect until 12:15. Watching a little bit of circulation, a little bit of rotation with that too. And what's happening is, as the National Weather Service issues these severe thunderstorm warnings, they're also telling us there's a tornado possible with it, even though they haven't pulled the trigger on a new tornado warning yet. They're just letting you know, even though these are severe thunderstorms, at any time a tornado can occur from this, because we are monitoring some circulation here and some rotation within those storms as they are moving on over to the east. We have in Whitfield County, Mechanical Breakdown Road and Dug Gap Road, we have a vehicle that is stuck there in the road. Let me take you up to North Carolina. You may be wondering, why do we care about a tornado warning in North Carolina? This is Clay County, North Carolina. The reason that county line is showing up here on our screen is because in North Carolina, this is one of the counties that we are in charge of. So we have this is not Cherokee County, Georgia, but it's Cherokee County, North Carolina, and Clay County, North Carolina, where there is a tornado warning in effect. So you may not, that camera down there, I don't know what happened to it. We can go back to that. So I can also change that. I'm gonna change the camera myself to go back to Blue Ridge, so we can get a better view of that here on Remote 58. It's about to change there. There's Blue Ridge right there. Okay, so I've got that in for you. But Clay County, North Carolina is in the Atlanta viewing area. So why am I covering a tornado warning there? Well, it's in effect. We're responsible for that area. This, again, as you get farther away from the radar site, it gets a little bit harder to show or to actually see the rotation there, but that would be near Hayesville. If you guys are familiar with Young Harris and Hiawassee and up toward Hayesville, this is not far off from Lake Chattooga. Where we have this rotation just over the line from, again, Young Harris, Hiawassee, the Lake Chattooga area, up toward Hayesville. This is into North Carolina. That's Clay County. That's what we're watching right now with this tornado warning that is in effect there. I'm going to see if that is updated here on the crawl as well. But we have that tornado warning there near Valleytown and down toward Hayesville. That's where we have some rotation there with those storms moving thin. Let's reset. You can see what we're watching. Again, for those of you in Atlanta wanting to see Jimmy Fallon, I'm sorry, we've got to cover this right now. There's no storms in Atlanta right now. Later on tonight, though, these storms will be moving through during the nighttime hours tonight. You can see those storms now in North Georgia. I want to give you another lightning count because I really think this is going to be impressive. And again, this is just in North Georgia, maybe just over the line into North Carolina here. More than 1,100 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And you can see in this camera below me here in Blue Ridge, it's almost constant. You can just see those flashes of lightning just every second or two or three with that lightning there in the Blue Ridge area. That's what folks in North Georgia are experiencing right now. We have the tornado warning in Clay County, North Carolina. We are responsible for that county. That's why you see that there at the bottom of your screen. That's why I zoomed into that. This is south of Clay County in Blue Ridge, north of those strong storms in Ellijay, where we have that intense lightning that's coming in right now from our Blue Ridge camera. We are looking south from Blue Ridge at all that lightning now that is pushing through those spots as well. Keep that full. I want to do one more thing here because I'm going to cycle through and show you again the University of North Georgia camera. I'm going to go back to this camera here really quickly here. I know there's a lot of lightning showing up there, but in Lumpkin County, I know that looks very dark there. Every once in a while, we are seeing some lightning strikes out of that camera. I also want to show you Rome really quick before I go back to that camera that is in the Blue Ridge area. This is our Rome camera that again is just looking really dark, not a lot of lightning there. Compare that to what is going on in Blue Ridge right now. The Blue Ridge camera about to come back on. And just look at that. All the lightning now in North Georgia there in Blue Ridge. And a lot of that is just right on top of Ellijay. Okay, that's not updated. Go back to the other camera that I had for Blue Ridge. That one's frozen. That one's not correct. Go back to the camera that I just, remote 58. Remote 58, maybe okay, so anyway, I see the thing circling there at the bottom, so that's why it's doing that. We may have had a lightning strike nearby. That's why that is, yeah, you see that circle there in the middle of it. That's why we're not seeing that. There we go. I don't know why that's doing that. So let's take that camera down if we can, because I think that's frozen. We may have had a lightning strike there. That's not showing the current data. We don't see. Yeah, okay, so let me go back here. So let's concentrate here on the radar where we have those 1,100 lightning strikes there in those areas. I'm going to try to see if I can recycle this. In fact, I can show you the Atlanta camera here at Georgia Tech just to show the difference of what we have going on right now on remote 58. This is what we're watching right now in Atlanta. We're actually fine. Nothing big going on here in the Atlanta area. But up in North Georgia, that's where we have those storms that continue to move through with some intense lightning moving through, very heavy rain, as well as those storms that are very intense now in those spots. Here's another view there. I can't really tell if that's updating right now. I'm going to go back to the Dahlonega camera there from the University of North Georgia. And we'll see if that shows us any lightning there. That's about to show up on your screen there as well. I know that's a dark picture, but we can occasionally see some lightning strikes out of that. So we'll check on that Blue Ridge camera. There you see those lightning strikes. That's from Dahlonega. The Blue Ridge camera just froze up, and unfortunately I'm thinking it's because of all the lightning that we have there in those spots that we're watching near Ellijay. So let me take the lightning data off. We just talked about how much lightning we're seeing with those storms right now. And as of right now, again, no tornado warnings in effect in North Georgia, but we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for those spots in North Georgia. Fannin, Towns, Union County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45. All right, we showed you that a moment ago. We have the tornado warning in Clay County, North Carolina. That's north of Young Harris, north of the Hiawassee area, near Lake Chattooga there, where we have that tornado warning in effect and some rotation there in Clay County, North Carolina, as well as these storms that go back toward Dalton. And then if you look here, back into those spots here in North Alabama, really keeping an eye on that rotation along Interstate 59, just over the Georgia line into Alabama, where you can see we do have that rotation there in those spots there near Henniger, and that's where those storms were coming through just a little bit earlier near Henniger that moved into Dade and Walker counties. This one might prompt a tornado warning for the northern parts of Chattooga County. We'll wait and see. A new camera just popped up here. This is in Towns County. That is near where we have that tornado warning that is in effect for Clay County. So this is just south. You can kind of see that camera moving a little bit with the wind. All of the rain that is coming down now. All the lightning flashes that we have in Towns County. This is one of the traffic cameras there up in Towns County. The lights are flashing, most likely from some power surges that are going on there. So plenty going on right now up in Towns County. That is just south of Clay County, North Carolina. Just look at all that lightning there, folks. And where in Clay County, North Carolina, there is a tornado warning that is in effect right now, as well as watching this next round of storms coming out of Alabama. And those storms also have prompted tornado warnings in those areas of northern Alabama, continuing to move on through there. And potentially that will move into Dade County, Walker County, maybe the northern parts of Chattooga County that we're keeping an eye on. You can see the crawl continuing there on the bottom of your screen, indicating what we have going on with the severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as that tornado warning for Clay County. And again, the tornado watch was expanded as well to include more counties. And now that tornado watch will expire at 4 a.m. So it originally was going to expire at midnight. I really was thinking they were going to have to expand that expiration time, and they have done that. We also have a flash flood warning in Gilmer County and also Murray County. And then we also have another flash flood warning with the potential for considerable damage in Murray County and Whitfield County. Let me tell you what this is saying here. Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain in the area of Whitfield and Murray County. 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen, an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain. We're expecting some life-threatening flash flooding possible in those spots of Murray County and also into Whitfield County. And they're saying they're putting the considerable tag there that damage could be considerable from flooding there in those spots. So very active weather in northwest Georgia and also into North Georgia. Here is a look. I want to go back to the Ellijay area. They have now just extended these warnings now. I want to show you the new warnings that we have coming in. This is for now Fannin, Gilmer, Lumpkin, and Union counties. So when we were showing you the camera from University of North Georgia just a little while ago, that is in Lumpkin County. These storms that are just to the west will be moving into Lumpkin County in just a little bit. We're keeping this Towns County camera up though for you for a bit longer so you can see all the lightning here in association with that. Also to the north, we have another severe thunderstorm warning for Fannin, Towns, and Union counties until 12:45. As those storms are very strong too. Both of these, let me look at these warnings really quick, are saying tornado possible. Okay, what happens with the National Weather Service when they issue these warnings, they will put tags on it saying flooding possible. This is saying tornado possible, even though there is not a tornado warning in effect for those areas. At any time, we could see some rotation coming out of that. And this part of the storm right now is the part that's the most interesting right here from Rolston into Diamond. And again, I'll kind of circle this entire broad area that we are watching right here. Those spots there between Ellijay and over toward Rolston and Diamond. It's really this part that looks a little more interesting right now that we'll keep an eye on right there. As, again, the National Weather Service is saying at any time, of course, we have strong winds with this. We have evidence of damage, reports of damage in some spots, but at any time, we could see that rotation potentially cycling back up. And that's what we'll kind of keep an eye on with these storms rolling through during the overnight hours. And again, I want to stay on with you longer as I really want to keep an eye on that rotation here in Alabama, right here near Hennegar, right there. That is moving into this direction toward Dade and Walker County, maybe even into Chattooga County. That is a pretty tight rotation that we're seeing there coming out of Alabama. It'll be interesting to see what it does when it crosses over the line into Georgia. If that area in northwest Georgia may be a little more worked over from the storms that have already pushed through, to see if that'll weaken a little bit, we'll have to wait and see on that, as that storm is going to continue moving on over to the east into Georgia as well. Coming back out to the metro area, again, you can see here, let me get a better view of that right here. You can see what we're watching in Atlanta. We're fine right now. It's going to be those overnight hours and toward tomorrow morning when these storms, the individual cells are moving over toward the east, but the entire system is going to sag down toward the south, getting closer to us in the next little while. Let me take you over here to the chroma key wall. I want to walk you through the timeline of what we're watching here with these storms. There you can see those storms here coming through tonight. By 2 o'clock in the morning, that heaviest core we're thinking will be right over here into northeast Georgia, but those storms are still extending down really through the Rome area, through some of the north metro counties here, north of Atlanta, through areas of Pickens County, Dawson County, Lumpkin County, on over toward the Lake Hartwell area. So those storms continue to push through, and then by 7 o'clock, we have another wave here coming through northwest Georgia, getting closer to the Atlanta area. Chesley will be walking you through that part. Andrew's going to come in early tomorrow morning as well if he needs any assistance there. But by 9, 10 o'clock, a lot of that, based on this latest model data coming in, should move out, and we should have a better afternoon here tomorrow afternoon with the storms mainly down to the south. But then we're still not finished. We're going to have late Thursday night and into early on Friday another wave of rain that's going to be pushing into our area here. Once we get into the early morning hours, this is at 3 o'clock in the morning on Friday, that sweeps through very early. And then after that, we should see some much better weather coming back into our area once we get into Friday afternoon. That northwest flow that you see there is going to give us much more of that cooler weather and nicer weather that's going to continue to move on through our area. Back to radar though, and you can see those areas that we're watching right now in North Georgia. The very heavy rain, the thunder and lightning, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for those spots there in North Georgia, as well as the lightning that we have. And at any time, we could see additional rotation developing out of this system over parts of North Georgia right now. Let's do another lightning count because it's really interesting to watch this count. Again, I'm going to try to keep it just in North Georgia, a little bit of North Carolina right there. About 874 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. That's a lot of lightning in a 15-minute period. I'm going to take you back up now also to Clay County, North Carolina. Again, you may be asking yourself, why do we care about Clay County, North Carolina? That is part of the Atlanta viewing area. I know it sounds odd that we have a North Carolina county assigned to us, but that's where we have a tornado warning that is in effect right now. I'm looking at that lightning there up in Lumpkin County. You can see those flashes of lightning. That's the camera below me right here where you can see all that lightning. But here again is that area of Clay County, North Carolina. This is near Shooting Creek. Let me put it back to velocity mode. And again, when we're this far away, okay, so I'm not seeing anything too alarming right now in Clay County. But what we're talking about, if you're familiar, Young Harris, Hiawassee, near Lake Chattooga, as you cross over the line into North Carolina, that's into Clay County. Watching near Shooting Creek, a little bit of rotation there. That doesn't look as impressive right now as it did a little bit earlier. But this tornado warning is set to expire here. I'm going to show you here, Clay County at 12:30. So that should be in effect for another little while now, unless they allow this to expire there in North Carolina, there in Clay County. So we'll keep an eye on that. if that in fact holds together. But we have these additional storms here in North Georgia, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings there in those spots of North Georgia. And again, keeping an eye on this one. This is the next potential warning coming into Northwest Georgia. If that holds together here, we'll go back to velocity mode, and there just over into Alabama, just to the west of I-59 there at Valley Head, over toward Hennegar. This again looks like an impressive rotation there. That could potentially move into the southern parts of Dade, southern parts of Walker County, maybe into the northern parts of Chattooga County, which again, we will hold on to our coverage here if that moves into Chattooga County. I'm feeling better about these areas of rotation not looking as impressive as they did a little bit earlier. Still some to watch, but they're a little broader now and not as impressive as they were, and that's why the National Weather Service is most likely holding on to the severe thunderstorm warnings. Here is an update from the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm warning for Gilmer County, southern Murray County, northeastern Gordon County. This is an update on those storms there. This is going to be in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. Severe thunderstorms along a line extending from Eton to Ramhurst and near Resaca, moving east at 35 miles an hour, 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Also, they have tagged in this considerable damage. Even though this isn't a tornado warning, when you see these winds that are around 70 miles an hour, they are now tagging this warning as considerable damage possible with those storms that are moving through there from Resaca up toward Chatsworth. All right, from that cell, those cells right there, considerable damage is possible. We are keeping an eye on any reports that we are getting from the National Weather Service on any damage. Again, we've got the flash flooding that has the potential for considerable damage, as well as now 70 mile an hour winds, which would be strong enough to have some considerable damage there as well. And at any time, we could see some rotation developing out of that as well. Y'all let me know, you told me a little bit ago that Cody, in Dalton, okay, they're getting set up. I'm going to be interested to go back to Cody Alcorn up in the Dalton area where they are seeing some flooding that is taking place right now. We're going to go to him for a live report. And again, below me, you see the lightning that is coming from those storms right now. That is from our camera at the University of North Georgia there in Lumpkin County at Dahlonega, looking toward the north. I know that camera looks dark, looks black there. It's because it's nighttime, but you can see those flashes of lightning and the intense lightning that we're dealing with there in parts of North Georgia. I am going to try our Blue Ridge camera again. We took this a little while ago and it was frozen from all the lightning that we had. I'm going to take this camera again. Okay, it looks like we're now seeing this live again. Okay, this is now the Blue Ridge camera. It is back up. We had a lot of lightning, some lightning flashes there, as well as some power surges. The camera froze up, but you can see here that there's rain on the lens of the camera. That's why you're kind of seeing the look there like you're looking through water. That's from the rain that's on the lens and the cover there of the lens. But you can see the lightning there that is very intense in the Blue Ridge area right now. And I'm going to go back to this and I'll put the lightning data back on. And yeah, that's all the lightning right now up in the Blue Ridge area. In fact, I'm going to move this camera over just a little bit. Wow, look at that lightning there in North Georgia and into those areas of Blue Ridge. That's talking about Fannin County, Gilmer County, that area there, as the Blue Ridge camera is looking more over to the south that we're seeing right now. I'm going to move this back here a little bit more up in this direction where we're seeing a little bit more of that lightning. Okay, so there, I'll leave that right there. I want to go, you can see that lightning bolt with that as well that you're about to see here coming up. So as the camera moves over to the west, you're going to see a lightning bolt there coming out of that. Very intense lightning there up in the Blue Ridge area. And again, kind of moving back in or closer to the city. There's, oh, look at that. That is what froze up our camera. right there with that light. That is amazing. That kind of froze up our camera right as that lightning bolt was coming down. That was an interesting view that we saw there in the Blue Ridge area. Let's go back up to Dalton right now. Cody Alcorn joining us now. Cody, you have found some damage up in Dalton and Whitfield County. What's it looking like?
Yeah, Chris, we are here off Thornton Avenue just outside of Dalton. Now, I was telling you during the 11 o'clock hour, we are just about 10 miles away, but check out the damage we're coming up on here just outside of Dalton. You can see this Exxon's Food Mart here. The actual canopy has collapsed here in the parking lot. Fortunately, it does not look like anybody is hurt. The store is open. We see people going inside, but you can see just the amount of rain here and also likely some wind that came through here has knocked this entire awning on the ground here. A lot of rain here. We are seeing the thunder. We're seeing some lightning, but I can tell you it's a heavy rain. That rain just rushing down Thornton Avenue here. And we're still a couple miles outside of the city of Dalton where police tell us many roads are flooded right now. They're asking people to stay off the roadways, but we've seen a couple trees down on South Dixie Highway as we were making our way here. But obviously this is the most significant damage we have seen so far since we have left from I-75, just about 9 miles north of Buc-ee's, and start making our way here into the Dalton area. So again, we wanted to stop, give you a look at this and just tell you what we're seeing here, but intense rain, a lot of lightning here, and again, we can start seeing some damage just outside the city limits of Dalton. So once we get a little bit more into town, we'll definitely, guys, update you as we are trying to stay safe at the same time. But again, you can see, Chris, from those storms that you warned on, we are starting to see some damage here around the Dalton area.
I want to also let you know, for your information purposes as well, you've got all that lightning there. We have reports of a road flooded there at Glenwood Avenue and Legion Road. This is all in Whitfield County. Flooded roads as well at Thornton Avenue and Wall Street. Also, we have a house is flooding and a road blocked at Doug Gap Road and Walnut Avenue. So there's a lot of damage all around you. I want you guys to be very careful up there. I know you've covered storms before, but be very careful there, as you never know in the nighttime with those flooded roads what you could encounter there. And I know that y'all wouldn't drive through that. But we have considerable tag on the flood warning for those areas of Whitfield at Dalton and the I-75 corridor. More rain is coming in. So, Cody, you've already had 1 to 3 inches of rain. An additional 1 to 2 inches of rain is coming in. So we have not only that wind damage that you saw there, but also the potential for some flooding there too. So, Cody, thank you for your live reports. I just wanted to give you more information on that damage that is around you right now in the Dalton area. So please be careful. We'll come back to you in just a little bit if y'all find anything else out there as well. I have a new data I want to tell you about right now. This is from that storm over in Hennigar, Alabama. And I've been watching this storm because the velocity looked like it was a major storm. The National Weather Service is telling us now that the storm in Hennigar has now been upgraded to what they're calling a tornado emergency in the Hennigar area there in northeast Alabama. This is, you know what, let me put a distance on there. That's the center of the circulation right here. This is about 10 to 11 miles away from the Georgia line. And that storm is moving eastward. So you folks in Dade County, southern Dade County, southern Walker County, as well as northern Chattooga County, you do not have a tornado warning in your area right now. But this storm now just over the line into Alabama has now prompted what the Weather Service is calling a tornado emergency with extreme rotational velocity signature and a tornado debris signature. I want to show you that right now. All right, so again, I'm not seeing that signature right now. That must have been just a moment ago with that storm that showed that that rotational velocity as well as that tornado debris signature, what we call a TDS. But that is what is going to be moving in next. And that, when they issue a tornado emergency from the National Weather Service, that is a confirmation of a tornado that has caused some damage there, as well as that tornado debris signature, meaning lofted debris that radar was detecting there, confirming that tornado just over the line into Alabama. And the next people in line for that would be southern Dade County, southern Walton County, and potentially the northern parts of Chattooga County. We are staying on air with you tonight because nighttime storms are scary for a lot of people. The only tornado warning that we have right now is still in effect for Clay County, North Carolina, where we have this tornado warning in effect. Let me give you a little more information on that right now. I'm going to put this up here. The Weather Service is saying this is still, oh, hold on, let me take off the tornado watch real quick so we'll get more data here on just that warning. So there's the tornado warning for Clay County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there near Hayesville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. It has a tornado and also ping pong ball size hail. This is going to be in effect until 12:30 for another 7 minutes or so. This one is going to be in effect. We will wait and see if they expand that out a little bit more. So we have that tornado warning in Clay County, North Carolina. Again, that is an area that we're responsible for here in Atlanta. We have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect there just to the south. I want to run through those here with you really quick here. These severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Fannin, Towns, Union County until 12:45. We have some strong winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds with that, the potential for some damage along with that. And we most likely, from the Weather Service, are going to have a warning coming out of that storm coming out of Alabama into North Georgia within minutes here. We think we're going to have a warning coming out of that. Let me keep running down these warnings there. Fannin, Gilmer, Lumpkin, and Union County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as over into Gilmer, Gordon, and Murray County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. We also have these flash flood warnings in effect, and these have the potential to cause some damage there as well. A flash flood warning for Murray and Whitfield County, also for Catoosa, Murray, Walker, and Whitfield County. I want to concentrate, though, now on this storm coming out of Alabama. We are most likely going to get a tornado warning issued out of that at any moment now, that most likely potentially including the southern parts of Dade and Walker County, maybe the northern parts of Chattooga County. What I'm hearing right now from the National Weather Service is that even though it was classified as a tornado emergency back into Hennegar, the warning that they are issuing most likely may not require that emergency tag. But we will, and I'm expecting this at any moment to come in here, you're going to see on the map a red box pop up just in the next few minutes here showing a tornado warning there that most likely could include Dade and Walker County and maybe the northern parts of Chattooga County. That's going to be popping up here at any moment that we're going to see that moving in, as that storm is going to be moving over toward the east, crossing over the Georgia-Alabama line into those areas of West Georgia. So I'm expecting that at any moment now to come through. And we'll see that come in just a moment. And once that does pop up, I will have it there for you. Again, you're looking here at the bottom of the screen. That is our tower cam. That is still the Blue Ridge camera, right? I think that's still our Blue Ridge camera that I have up there. I'm going to cycle through. I want to show you. Okay, so there is the tower cam in Blue Ridge. I want to show you again University of North Georgia in Dahlonega. We're seeing a lot of lightning there. The lightning is getting closer to the Dahlonega area there in Lumpkin County, and I know that camera is just looking black, but there you see those lightning flashes that we can see from those storms there in Lumpkin County. Lumpkin County is included in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So I'll go back here to the Blue Ridge camera. That's showing a lot more lightning than what we're seeing now in Lumpkin County. There's the Blue Ridge camera, and you can see what's happening. Okay, new tornado warning. Let's go back to the maps here. This just in, brand new tornado warning. You're going to see that on the crawl, just coming in at the bottom of your screen as well. There is that new polygon that I just told you. I was telling you it most likely would be southern areas of Walker County, maybe southern areas of Dade County, and the far northern parts of Chattooga County. Let me read this warning for you that has just come in. They are saying the damage threat is considerable damage possible. This is not a tornado warning, but this is a tornado warning where the damage could be considerable. This is a tornado warning for southern Walker County in the far northwestern parts of Chattooga County in northwest Georgia. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Hammondville. This is not a tornado or a radar indicated tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado right now coming out of Hennigar over near Valley Head. It is now going to move into the southern parts of Walker County and the northern parts of Chattooga County. So this is not a radar indicated tornado. This is a confirmed tornado, and they are also tagging this as a PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation with this storm coming into the northern parts of Chattooga County. I want to hold on this for a while here. This is a confirmed tornado, PDS, particularly dangerous situation, and this could cause considerable damage. Those are all of the tags that the National Weather Service has put on this storm right now. This is one where you need to take cover right now in the southern parts of Walker County and in the northern parts of Chattooga County. If you know people in that area right now, they may be asleep. They may not know this is coming in. I want you to call them, wake them up. Southern Walker County in this polygon that you see right here. In fact, I'll get in a little bit tighter so we can see some of these areas. In Taloga, in Chelsea, in Pennville, Tryon, in the northern parts of this area here of Chattooga County, Chattooga County there. From Cloudland, not Cloudland in up Cloudland Canyon. This is just the city there near Chelsea, Taloga, Pennville, and Tryon. I'm going to go over to the maps. Let's take that full right now. I want to go over to the maps so we can point this out a little bit closer here with the storm that continues to move on through. Let's take the chroma key full here so we can show everybody what's happening here with that storm. There we go. There we go. This is the circulation that we're watching right here. And we see now this circulation coming out of near Valley Head. So this is I-59 over into Alabama. All right, this just crossed over. This is a confirmed tornado. We had a tornado debris signature coming out of this near the Hennigar area, which is right over here. This rotation is still holding together. It has crossed over 59. Again, that's just over the line into Alabama, but this is the state line right here. That black line you see right here, that is the state line from Alabama into Georgia. And what's happening is this rotation now is about to cross over the state line into the southern parts of Walker County. And so Dade County is not included in this, all right? Here's Dade County right up here. That's the county line. They did not include the southern parts of Dade County. It does include Walker County and the northern parts of Chattooga County, all right? I'm going to kind of move this up just a little bit. I still want to go back over to the chroma key to point out a few areas here with this system. Here is that polygon, all right? You see that red polygon right there. That is the tornado warning that we have right here. So here's the polygon right here, goes to the state line, and then down here toward Chelsea. Here's 157. There's Taloga, Chelsea, Pennville, Tryon, Oakton, and then as you get up into the southern parts of Walker County right here, there's Center Post, Walnut Grove. You are just outside of that polygon, but I want you to watch it very closely. This is the circulation right now crossing over the state line. So if you're in these spots, if you know anyone who lives inside this polygon there, really from Chelsea, Taloga, Center Point, Center Post, Pennville, Tryon, Oakton, call them, wake them up, tell them to get up, get into a tornado safe position, because this is a confirmed tornado coming out of Alabama that will continue to move across the line into Georgia. It is tagged from the National Weather Service as a PDS tornado warning, meaning particularly dangerous situation. Also, they are tagging it, saying that it could cause considerable damage. That is more of an elevated tornado warning, all right? This isn't radar indicated. This is a confirmed tornado warning here. We had a tornado debris signature as this was coming out of Hennigar, Alabama there, meaning lofted debris. Radar was picking up debris that was getting picked up off the ground and sent up into the air. And we were able to see that on radar here. That confirmed that it was a tornado emergency back into Hennigar. It is not a tornado emergency now, but still considerable damage and a particularly dangerous situation right now with this circulation right here that is about to cross over the line. So wake those folks up in southern Walker County, northern Chattooga County. Tell them, turn to 11 Alive. We're zooming in tight to the storm here in these areas where you can see that circulation that is continuing to move on through there. And we'll see if that's going to hold together crossing over the state line into these areas there of northwest Georgia. And again, Chattooga County, one of the counties that we are responsible for. This is including those spots over near Tryon, over near Oakton as well, with these storms that are moving through. This is right along Highway 27, all right, along Highway 337 between Center Post and Tologa and Chelsea. All those areas you need to take cover now. Go to the lowest floor of your home, get into the centermost part of your house as well, and take cover there until this storm moves through. Take your phone with me. Use the 11 Alive app so you can continue to watch our coverage. I want to go back to the velocity mode. Let's take off radar or take off the lightning so you can see here. So look at that hook right here. All right, that is another classic look. We are talking about not only the velocity mode, but also with our reflectivity right here. I'm going to get in here and show you this a little bit tighter of what we're watching. This is a classic radar signature right now for rotation and for a tornado. That has been confirmed now. It is just about to cross over the line from Alabama into Georgia, right there at Head River. And again, there on the county line from southern parts of Walker County. Again, Dade County is not included in this warning right now, but for southern parts of Walker County and also the northern parts of Chattooga County, this part of the storm right now crossing over the line where we have that rotation now, and it is a confirmed tornado with debris signature that was spotted on radar here just a few moments ago. For those of you, I'm going to check something really quick in the control room. Let's see here. Clay County warning has now expired at 12:30. So y'all can take the Clay County off at the bottom of your screen. It's Walker and Chattooga County right now in this tornado warning. Again, particularly dangerous situation, considerable damage possible with this storm right there north of Valley Head, about to cross over south of Head River, getting closer to Tologa. All right, I'm going to go back to velocity. And there you see that circulation right there that's crossing over the state line, moving into the southern parts of Walker County right now, the northern parts of Chattooga County, where we are seeing that rotation that continues to move through, and we have had reports of some damage. I want to look at our debris finder. That yellow there, usually we see a little better signature than that. We may have had a couple of scans a little while ago that prompted that tornado emergency that was back in Hennigar. We're still seeing that potential for some of that debris there possible, but we'll keep a close eye on that as it moves on through. And then, folks, look at this. Back behind that storm, we have another one in Scottsboro, prompting a tornado warning there too. So all of this is going to keep moving through our area during those nighttime hours tonight in North Georgia, pushing into the metro Atlanta area once we get into the early morning hours and during the overnight hours out there for tonight too. So the potential for damage is out there. As we mentioned, Cody has been talking about and showing us some of the damage up around the Dalton area, the potential for flooding there as well. That is part of this whole recipe for damage. We have the flooding possible, we have the wind damage possible as well, and now more rotation with these storms coming out of Alabama, moving into this northwestern part of North Georgia, where we see here that circulation that we have right now moving in, crossing over the line from Alabama, moving into our area. The reflectivity shows a classic hook right there, as well as our velocity mode showing that red and green, that circulation right there coming together with those storms right here. All right, that's the circulation crossing over the state line, getting closer now to those areas there in West Georgia, at Head River, Highway 157, Tologa, north of Chelsea, those spots there as it's crossing over the line and holding together with that rotation right now. Let me see what the Weather Service is saying here. Any new information coming in? Hold on just a second. Rotation now is starting to look a little more disorganized. We still have the reflectivity hook, though, that we're watching, but the rotation not as tight as it was just a few minutes ago as it's crossing over the line. But still, stay in your tornado safe position there in northwest Georgia, in southern Walker County, the northern parts of Chattooga County. That's where we are dealing with this rotation now of a tornado that was confirmed in Alabama, crossing the line into Georgia, where we do have confirmation of some damage that was in association with that, and a confirmation of debris signature as this was moving on through. So there's the reflectivity. That still looks impressive, even though that velocity mode looked like the rotation maybe be a little broader or a little bit weaker. But this reflectivity mode still shows really this area right here that we're watching, which is really kind of a classic look at rotation that you would see within a storm right there from Head River to the north of Tologa, north and west of Tologa, getting closer to center post. Right now, this storm, I want to put a ruler on here so we can kind of see from that circulation. It's about 10 miles away from center post right now, and that's add on another mile or so. That would be how close that is to Walnut Grove there in far northwest Georgia, the southern parts of Walker County, and the far northern parts of Chattooga County. Again, below me, you see the tower cam there in Blue Ridge. Yeah, that's still the Blue Ridge camera that's up below me there, where we have plenty of rain and wind that continues to move through those spots right now. But our main concentration right now is for you folks in the northern parts of Chattooga County. This storm still looking impressive, crossing over the line from Alabama into southern Walker County, the northern parts of Chattooga County, where we have this impressive look of a hook now with some rotation crossing over the state line into the southern parts of Walker County, northern parts of Chattooga County, with that line that continues to move on through with that rotation and that tornado warning. Let's get an update here on that expiration time. It'll be in effect until 1:15. Right now it's 12:40. So this is going to be in effect for at least another 35 minutes if it holds together. We'll wait and see if we see any look at any weakening there. The update that we have from the National Weather Service is that we don't have an indication right now of a TDS, which is a tornado debris signature. But instead of this being considerable damage, it might be what we call a base tornado warning. Still a tornado warning, but just not with the considerable tag on it. Maybe showing some signs of brief weakening, not as strong as it was when it was back into Hennigar, Alabama, where there was a tornado emergency, but still, this echo here on reflectivity is still looking very impressive right there. Still at Highway 157. This is just to the west of Harrisburg, just to the west of Center Post. So this is going to be pushing over to the east. It is moving. Let me get an update on that direction. East at 30. Okay, I knew it was moving east, but I wanted to get a confirmation of the speed there, because this, as this moves over to the east at 30 miles an hour, would be heading into Harrisburg at 12:47, into Center Post at 12:48. Right now it's 12:42. All right, so this would be going in about 5 minutes into Harrisburg. About 6 minutes later, 6 minutes it would be in Center Post. Welcome Hill at 12:50. That would be in about 8 minutes. Subligna at 12:57. Villanelle at 1:01 if it holds together. that Villanelle and Sugar Valley are outside of the warning polygon, but if they do reissue the warning, I want you to be prepared in Walnut Grove, Beadham, Villanelle, and also Sugar Valley. It will be moving your way most likely a little bit after 1 o'clock. So that is the motion and the movement of that storm and the speed in those areas that are expected to be impacted by that system here. And look at this, back into Alabama, additional tornado warnings just lining up. Again, Hennigar has another warning for that storm that's back in Scottsboro. If that holds together, we'll have more warnings there in northwest Georgia. This is all in that area where you're seeing these storms that are moving through right now. This is where we had the level 3 of 5 risk for severe weather, and that is pretty much verifying right now with the strong storms that are moving through those areas for that, number one, the tornado watch, as well as those areas where we had the level 3 of 5 risk. Whether or not these storms are able to hold together to be as strong into metro Atlanta overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, we will wait and see on that, but they're very active out there right now. And specifically this one, again, that reflectivity hook still looks impressive here. That part right here, I want to circle that. This part right here at 157 still looks impressive. Now I'll put the velocity mode on at the same time. Well, velocity still looks impressive too. I'm going to come back over. Let's take the chroma key full, where we see the yellow, red, and green coming together. Give me just 1 second as I take a sip of my water really quick as y'all are looking at this. All right, just had to get a little bit of my water there. There you see that reflectivity there, still looking impressive. We were showing signs that maybe that was broadening out and weakening a little bit, but now that rotation still looks very impressive right there as it is now into Georgia. We were tracking this as it was coming. This is the state line right here, all right? We were tracking this coming out of Alabama, tracking it moving into Georgia. Now pretty much that entire rotation is in Georgia. They're just over the line. This is in southern Walker. So you can see southern Dade right here. They did not include Dade County or southern Dade in that warning, but it includes southern Walker County. And then here's the county line right here. You've got northern Chattooga County right here. So far, that main part of the circulation is right there in southern Walker, all right? So even though Chattooga County is in this warning, that main circulation is really just right along the northern part of that county line in the far southern parts of Walker County with this circulation right here. So here's Highway 157. Right there as it comes down, kind of curves down going into Chattooga County. That circulation is right there on that area. I'm going to zoom in tighter to this because I want you to be able to see those areas that we're talking about and any additional city names that can pop up here. So that's right on Highway 157. I'm zooming in really tight just to see if I get any neighborhoods coming up, but I don't see that. So this is just to the west of Harrisburg. Right there's Harrisburg, as you see right there, right on the top of our crawl. You see Harrisburg. And then we have Center Post, all right there on the right-hand side of your screen. We have Head River there to the north. Also Bronco, which is just right there at the top of your screen there, right under the time and the date. So this is the circulation that we are keeping an eye on right here. Oh, let me draw that circle really quick. That we're keeping an eye on right here. That still has some strong rotation there along with it, all right? So that's why we're keeping an eye on that. Let's go back up to, I want to go back to reflectivity here and go into the Dalton area. That's where our Cody Alcorn is right now. Cody is going to join us here. You are under a flood warning there in the Whitfield County area. The severe thunderstorm warning has expired for you, but you have a flood warning. You are finding damage there. You showed us wind damage, but now you're encountering some issues with water and even some cars being pulled out of water, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of the way and I'll tell you how flash flooding works. When we got on this scene, this entire road was covered literally 5 minutes ago. The water already starting to recede, but it all went in that little sedan there and they actually got trapped in the water. So, Chris, this just shows you how you guys always warn about flash flooding. This street was covered up to that car there enough that they could not go. They stalled out. and now that water has receded within 5 minutes, but we are seeing a lot of flooding across the city of Dalton. In fact, many roads for us to get here, we could not get here because we had to keep going around. So it took us a little while to get on this side of the road, and I can tell you, Dalton Fire is out. They are assisting people with numerous calls. We showed you that Exxon station that the awning came down earlier, and you can hear the sirens behind me right now. Dalton Fire responding to another call at this hour. So I've been watching the emergency management. We've been hearing of some flooding outline areas of the city of Dalton as well. But you really got to be careful, Chris. You guys warned a lot on the flash flooding. It happens like that. In fact, some of these areas that don't have power, we could not tell the road was even flooded. So we just try to be careful ourselves, because before you know it, there is water up to your door. And you saw that right here behind me, but how fast it also recedes. So again, if you don't want to be out, don't. We're being safe. We're actually listening to you in the car when we're in the vehicle. So taking it slow. We'll be heading back to the city soon. But I'll tell you, there is a lot going on out here, and you can see now they're actually pushing the car out of the roadway. But if you got to be out tonight, be safe. If you don't want to be out, I would just stay home.
All right, Cody, thank you for that report there. You are in Dalton, and just to the south of you is where we have this other area of rotation in the southern parts of Walker County. If that holds together, South Whitfield, which is where you are, might be included in that. So I want you and Brandon, your photographer, to keep an eye on that storm, because that storm has been showing some impressive hook echoes as well as impressive velocity couplets with it. And we had a confirmed tornado as it was crossing over the state line. So keep a watch on that. I'm seeing a lot of lightning behind you too. I know you're a veteran in covering storms. I know y'all are going to be safe out there, but be very careful. But thank you for helping us tell the story of what's happening there up in areas of Northwest Georgia. Let's go back. You'll see there you go. There's that tower cam that we have in Blue Ridge right now. I want to go back here to this cell that we're watching in the southern parts of Walker County. That cell that on reflectivity, you see that hook that we have right here. That is just to the west of Center Post, where we have that rotation. I want to go back to the velocity mode right here. That still looks impressive. This was tagged as a considerable damage and a particularly dangerous situation just a little while ago. I want to see, the National Weather Service has updated this. Let's see. It remains in effect until 1:15 for those areas of southwestern Walker and northwestern Chattooga. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located north of Mentone and 12 miles northwest of Somerville, moving east at 25 miles an hour. It has a tornado with it, potential tornado, and $half size hail. So even though earlier we had confirmation, tornado debris signature, and a confirmed tornado out of that, they're now calling this a radar indicated, that we're not seeing that TDS, the tornado debris signature, out of it anymore. So it's back to, based on what we're seeing with this rotation here for that storm there, right here, that they're still holding on to this tornado warning, and also the potential for some $half size hail with it. Debris is possible out of this storm. That's going to be moving closer to Center Post. If it holds together, potentially moving over toward Walnut Grove. See that as we widen out just a little bit more over toward the Bronco area, Blaylock Mill, Oakton, and also Welcome Hill, which is in the northern parts of Chattooga County. So Chattooga County, as you can see, I'm widening out just a little bit more. You see the county line there, south of that rotation that I was just showing you. Chattooga County is in this warning, but right now it looks like that rotation is just over the line into southern Walker County, where we have that rotation that's moving through. So in Chattooga County, I still want you to be in your tornado safe position, but for the most part, the strongest part of that circulation is just to the north right now. Back to the reflectivity here, and I want to take the lightning off again. That hook, still looking impressive, getting closer to Center Post, just not as impressive as it was just a little bit earlier. But we have that potential hook echo that we're watching. I want to show you our shear, all right? This blue that you see right there, that is our rotation that we're watching with this storm. And what I want to show you here is I'm going to put this into motion, and you can see how we had, as it was moving through Hennegar and Valley Head, that rotation with that was very intense at Hennigar, where they had a tornado emergency there, as well as a confirmed tornado. Now, we had the light blue and even purple colors there within that. I want to show you that again, all right? This is how it moved through. Okay, I know that's kind of fast, but this is just one of the tools that we look at there with that rotation. Now, we still have the rotation. It's just not as intense now in southern Walker County as it was over into Hennigar, where they had that tornado emergency that was in effect. So that might be a little bit of good news. Don't let your guard down there now, but at least we're seeing that rotation not as tight as it was just a little bit earlier. We have those additional severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, very heavy rain. I'm gonna move this camera. That's still the Blue Ridge camera. I wanna show you the University of North Georgia camera again really quick, as that most likely is gonna continue showing a lot of lightning there too. Oh yeah, there we go. So I'm gonna hold on this. This is in Lumpkin County as we see another wave of lightning that's gonna be moving into the Lumpkin County area north of Dahlonega. So we'll keep an eye on that camera there in the Dahlonega area right now, again, at the University of North Georgia with all that lightning over North Georgia. And while I have the lightning up, let's do another count as we see in North Georgia. This is trying to include just North Georgia here. 1,200 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. It's almost constant lightning that we're seeing in North Georgia. And you're seeing evidence of that just below me here in that camera from the University of North Georgia, of that intense lightning that continues to move through those spots right now. But again, that main area that we're watching is with this tornado warning that continues there. Okay, they may have kind of made that polygon is a little bit smaller now. It's not including as much of Chattooga County as it was a little bit earlier. Let me see here, this update that we have continues the tornado warning for Chattooga County. This was just updated 1 minute ago at 12:53. Tornado warning remains in effect until 1:15 for southwestern Walker and north central Chattooga counties. They've kind of made that polygon just a little bit smaller. The thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located just west of Center Post, or 9 miles southwest of Lafayette, moving east at 30 miles an hour. It has a potential tornado and quarter-size hail, and this is a radar-indicated rotation that we're watching here. So earlier in Alabama, and as it was crossing over the line into West Georgia, it was a confirmed tornado where we were seeing a debris signature out of it. Now it is radar indicated. We don't see the TDS, the tornado debris signature, out of it anymore, but still, this rotation still looks very impressive. And as we just mentioned there, it is just west of Center Post. Here is Center Post right here. And there, that lines up with this rotation that we're seeing right now, just to the west of Center Post. That's the area that we're watching right here for that circulation, near Harrisburg as well. So again, tornado radar indicated. Not a confirmation, but radar indicating a potential tornado there from Harrisburg over to Center Post. The next line for that, or the next step for that, would be over toward Martindale, over toward Oakton as well, for that rotation to move through. And I want to show you velocity again, because that's still showing the rotation too, right there at Center Post, right where you see that red and green color coming together there. Let's take this full over at the chroma key. I want to walk back over there and kind of point this out just a little bit better here. Chesley McNeil is in as well, and kind of showing what we've got going on. Chesley, you're mic'd up. Are you mic'd up? So we'll take Chesley here in just a little bit too. He's just seeing all this activity. He wasn't going to come in until 2 o'clock in the morning, but saw everything happening and jumped in his car and got here quickly here to help us out. There you can see this is the center of that circulation right there. Center Post is where we see this circulation moving in right now. Again, radar indicated. We're not seeing a tornado debris signature with this anymore, but that center part of that is around Harrisburg, over towards Center Post. This is just north of Welcome Hill. This circulation would be moving closer to Oakton, Martindale, and Walnut Grove. Bronco, you are now outside of the polygon. You're no longer included in that polygon right now. But Center Post, Harrisburg, Welcome Hill, there in the northern parts of Chattooga County, you're still in it, as well as Oakton and Martindale. If this makes it over and if this holds together across Highway 27 and over there at 151, we will see if they have to extend this warning to include more counties, potentially over into Gilmer County. We'll wait and see, or potentially over into parts of Murray County or Whitfield County. We'll see if they do that. But here's that circulation pretty much that we see right now, just near that Center Post area near Walnut Grove. And there you can see again, not only do we have that warning there, but the flood warnings that are in effect, all the severe thunderstorm warnings that are also in effect there. So this polygon is just a little bit smaller than it was earlier. It was covering more of northern Chattooga County and more of southern Walker County. Now, they're kind of pinpointing just that small area right there of northern Chattooga County, southern parts of Walker County, continuing in this tornado warning that is in effect right now for those spots. And, you know, Chesley, we've been looking at the velocity. This is the reflectivity right there. That hook has been looking very impressive coming out of Alabama and into West Georgia. And even though we're kind of seeing signs of weakening, that hook still looks good. What do you think of that structure that you see there?
Very impressive, almost textbook right there. And it's right there to the north of Center Post that you would really get that rotation very strong right in there. This looks really, really good. As far as what we see as a tornado signature there with the reflectivity. But as you were pointing out with the velocity as well, looking at that particular area there, you could get, even if you don't have a tornado, as Chris mentioned, this is Doppler indicated, you're talking about winds along that hook up to about 70 miles per hour, and that can do a lot of damage, folks. Not the destruction that a tornado would do, but it could do a lot of damage. So you still have to be on your guard, especially over towards Center Post, and I would even say Oakton, down over toward Locust Grove, those places that you've been mentioning, Chris. Really, this is what is that 337, Route 337, near Martindale. You definitely need to get into your safety place right now. If you're watching us, or if you can hear, certainly you can hear some of the lightning, the thunder from the lightning that's out there as well. Probably hearing those winds as well, starting to pick up in your area. Now it's starting to be on the move, starting to slide a little bit further over toward the east. Still has that little hook in there, Chris. And so certainly a place that we certainly need to watch. Definitely there could be a tornado in that particular area. And as you said, they're not letting that go as of yet. So we'll continue to watch it and monitor it for you.
All right, Chesley, thank you. We can keep me on, this is Max 1, right, that you have me on? Yeah, keep me on Max 1 here, because Chesley's kind of driving that over there. But this is what Chesley was talking about right there at Center Post, where, again, on reflectivity, where we just really are showing you the rain, how heavy it is. This is showing that hook still holding together pretty well. This is the velocity mode, where we see the red and the green colors coming together. What I have noticed out of this, though, so when you have the velocity mode and it shows that red and green really in a small spot, that's where that storm can be tighter. We've noticed, though, that the red and green is kind of fanning out a little bit more, which means that circulation maybe getting a little bit broader and not as strong as it was earlier. But still, don't let your guard down, though, because this circulation is still holding together, and this warning is remaining in effect until about 1:15. We just got to the top of the hour, 1 o'clock out there right now, and we'll see if this is going to hold together until 1:15, and if it does move over to the east, if it does prompt any additional warnings, that would most likely be into areas of Whitfield County or Murray County, maybe even the northern parts of Gordon County. We'll wait and see. Our Cody Alcorn is here in the Dalton area. And I don't know if he wants to, well, he's kind of keeping an eye on that in Dalton, but we might want to let him know that if they start moving down toward Calhoun, they might be in line for that circulation to move in there in the southern parts of Whitfield County. So that circulation is really close to him and Brandon, his photographer. That would be just down 75. So if y'all are in communication with Cody, let him know that if they start moving down to Calhoun, they're going to be in line for that potential rotation coming in, and to be very careful with that, as that's going to keep moving over to the east. They haven't expanded that tornado warning yet. Since it's showing signs of weakening, we'll see if they are going to do that. But we should know if they're going to extend that warning out more to the east pretty soon here. Even though we have that rotation, not as impressive as it was earlier, but still it's there. The rotation is there, and it is the potential for a tornado to be coming down there. Again, the reflectivity looks impressive, as well as the velocity looking impressive there too, as that's moving over toward the east. So you see Lafayette right here. That's pretty much just to the south of Lafayette, really between Lafayette and Tryon, is where we have that right there. That's moving over toward the east here, and that would be to the south of Dalton. Here's Dalton here. There is Resaca. That is in the really just south of Whitfield County as that moves into Gordon County. So we'll watch this as it moves over to the east, and if the Weather Service could potentially issue a new warning out of that might include still more of the northern parts of Chattooga County, maybe the far northern, that little tip there of northern Floyd, or maybe the northern parts of Gordon County. That's going to be the next thing we're going to be watching for as to whether or not that storm is going to hold together as it keeps moving on over to the east. And then back into Alabama. Chesley, we have been just watching these storms lining up out of Alabama. Over right around I-59 there at Hennegar, that's where we had the tornado emergency earlier, where we had a tornado confirmation there. That's what crossed over into Walker County and also Chattooga County. But now we have this other warning from Scottsboro over toward Interstate 59 again, yet another storm coming in over Hennegar in just a little bit. And whether or not that holds together, pushing into northwest Georgia, we will have to see on that too. So these are the main areas that we're watching. Another one coming out of Alabama, this one in northwest Georgia, southern Walker, northern Chattooga County. If that rotation holds together, if they will issue another warning potentially that could move into the northern parts of Gordon County. So you folks between Dalton and Calhoun, keep an eye on this as to whether or not that rotation is going to kind of hold together there as it moves on through. Chesley, you see any new information there from the Weather Service on any new data?
Nothing from the Weather Service as of yet, but remember we're talking about that hook. That's starting to come apart there just a little bit as it heads just to the south of Walnut Grove there. You can see where it's starting to come apart just a little bit there. Passing over our center post right now, some very heavy rain, no doubt. Lightning strikes, probably get some gusty winds there as well. It's right along where you see that green, that yellow into red, where you're going to get the strongest winds. Notice how it's continuing to slide further over toward the east. This is about to leave this polygon, so we really have to watch it. So yeah, you're right. We should be getting something soon from the National Weather Service as to whether or not they're going to continue this further over toward the east. And if they do, you have to be on the lookout. If you're along Route 27, just south of Walnut Grove, definitely be on the lookout. Even just north of there, be on the lookout as well. These tend to have a direction east to the northeast, slide up toward the northeast. So again, definitely want to be on the lookout, be on the ready, if you will, with this storm coming towards you. I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning. May not be as bright-eyed, but definitely a dangerous situation, or potentially a dangerous situation, especially when we're talking about the potential for a tornado. Right now, a Doppler-indicated tornado, which means we're seeing rotation on the radar, may not be on the ground. And even if it's not, you're talking about some very strong winds associated with this particular system right here. Again, Walnut Grove, Martindale, even down toward Oakton, even though you don't have any rain over you right now. And then over toward Shuttles Mill as well. This is a little bit upstream from you, headed in your direction. Certainly you got the heavy rain that's coming down. We do have flood warnings that are in effect as well. Lots of warnings around, Chris. I know you've been doing this pretty much through the night. And as you said, back off to the west, we're still looking at some rotation there that's across the border into parts of Alabama. But we'll be seeing this as we head through the rest of the morning. This line itself, and I'm going to widen it out just a little bit here, this entire line making its way a little bit further down to the south. So we'll see how much it holds together. We have lost a lot of daytime heating. These storms were a bit stronger back off to the west of us and up to the north, but now starting to weaken just a little bit, which is what's indicated by the Storm Prediction Center that had at level 3 to the north and then level 2 a little bit closer down into the metro area, and then followed by that level 1. And so the overall trend for all of these would be some weakening, but we're still talking about severe thunderstorm warnings. You see by over there to the east, over just south of Ellijay, over toward Juneau and northern Dawson County and over toward Cleveland. You're still looking at some gusty winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So even though you don't have a tornado warning over you, for example, and Chris, you see that severe thunderstorm that just popped up just to the east. Where we
I'll point that out right here. Okay,
Yep.
So this is what I was about to say, Chesley. You were mentioning right there that circulation is just about to move out of that tornado warning polygon. And this was the critical time to see whether or not they were going to issue another one. But instead of issuing a new tornado warning, they have just here in that yellow box that you see right here issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for those areas of southern Whitfield County moving into Murray County, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:45. Chesley, I'm sure that they've given that the tag of tornado possible. Because we have this rotation that we're still watching right here. So instead of a new tornado warning, they are issuing a severe thunderstorm warning as that velocity and also what we're showing here with that radar indicated potential rotation is not as strong as it was. So they're saying this is a severe thunderstorm warning now, but still with the potential for that to cycle back up and maybe even become more rotation again, possibly a tornado again as it moves on over toward the east, toward the Villanelle area, and then on to near Sugar Valley, and then on over into those areas in southern Whitfield County, southern Murray County as well for that storm. So that's a little bit of good news, better news than what we had as that was coming out of Alabama, as it was a tornado emergency, but still, we have that little bit of a hook. We still have a little bit of rotation. Okay, so that scan right there makes me feel a little bit better with that, Chesley, as we see that kind of maybe breaking up just a little.
Yeah.
Still some rotation there, but not as much of a hook as what we saw a little bit earlier. And then here's the velocity mode. Yes, rotation there, but again, it's not the red and green really tight together. It's a little bit broader. Yes, there is broad rotation with it, but not as strong as it was a little bit earlier. So that's why it is now a severe thunderstorm warning right over Walnut Grove. If this does cycle more and get tighter again, if they may have to issue another warning. So you folks here, this is south of Lafayette. Here's Naomi. Here's Suttles Mill, East Armurchie right there. There we have Oakton, all right? So this is going to be crossing over Highway 27 right here and then over 151. If you've driven from Naomi down toward the Oakton area, that's right along 151. So there's Walnut Grove crossing over 27. That's the heaviest part of the storm. Still that broad rotation, but not really thinking it's a tornado anymore there. But that's going to be moving to Suttles Mill, East Armurchie, and potentially over toward the Villanelle area, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect there. New scans there coming in, still showing that potential rotation that we're watching right now. So just some good news. Still don't let your guard down there in up there in North Georgia. Because we are still seeing that potential rotation there along with that, and plenty of lightning with it too. We've also been watching some hail possible with some of these storms. Some of them had some pretty good large hail in association with it. So here's Lafayette, there's Chattanooga, there in North Georgia. This is the part we're watching, still holding on to that tornado warning there in Alabama along Interstate 59 that stops right at the Georgia line. But if that rotation holds together that we're seeing there in Alabama, then we're watching for the potential for yet another warning to be issued in northern Chattooga County. As you can see here, we've been watching these storms. They're generally moving over to the east, but if you've noticed here that the entire part of this is slowly sagging down toward the south. So you've got the whole line moving down toward the south, even though the individual cells are pushing to the east. These cells now from Scottsboro, and then this one here again near Hennegar, is showing signs of it kind of going a little bit more to the south and east. So Chattooga County, especially the northern parts of Chattooga County, be still on guard as we are watching yet another part of this that's going to be moving in, as well as this one right here. That warning, I'm surprised they haven't canceled that yet.
They're going to allow it to expire.
It's going to expire. And really, let's see, what time is it now? I think it expires in 4 minutes. I think it was going to expire at 1:15. So they're going to allow that to expire. But then we have this rotation that we're keeping an eye on. Not tight enough for this to be another tornado warning, but they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning with it, but also noting that a tornado is still possible out of that if we see that tighten up here just once again, as that's moving over toward the east. You see the green lines right here? Those are parts of the flood warnings, flash flood warnings that are in effect for the southern parts of Whitfield County. Here's Dalton, that's in Whitfield County. Southern Walker has flood warnings in effect. We showed you the flooding that was going on in Dalton right now. The reason we're not going back to Cody Alcorn, they just told me that Cody is assisting fire rescue people getting kids out of a house that was damaged.
Wow.
So that's why he's not reporting. He's actually helping rescue some children from a damaged area there, out of an apartment complex, So I'm sure we'll hear from him in just a little bit when he's able to give us another live report there. But there's that part of that still broader rotation south of Lafayette that's going to keep moving over to the east. And again, these green polygons that you see, that is where we have flash flood warnings. We have very heavy rain that's been coming through those areas. And then northern Gordon County, right here just north of Calhoun, you have some really heavy rain. The far northern parts of Gordon County are included, that little sliver right there, included in that severe thunderstorm warning. But again, this tornado warning is supposed to expire in about 3 minutes at 1:15 for southern Walker and northern Chattooga. But in Chattooga County, you may be saying, okay, that warning's expired, I can go to bed now. No, not yet. You've got to keep an eye on this part of this system coming out of Hennegar. Once again, this warning that stops right there at the Georgia line, that then could move over into Chattooga County. That may include the Summerville area if they issue a new tornado warning out of that here from the National Weather Service. So a lot of action still going on here at the almost 1:15 hour. A lot of times in the overnight hours, we see a little more stability in the atmosphere, not as much heating, and we would hope that these storms would diminish, but these are holding together pretty well. We do see some signs, though, as this moves to the east, that it's weakening a little bit more. These are not as strong as they were back in Alabama or back into parts of Tennessee, but still it's that weakening process that we have to watch, that some of these will still hold together enough to give us those strong storms. And again, that potential rotation possible in some of those spots. And again, the heavy rain, damaging wind. Some of these winds have been around 70 miles an hour, and we've got a lot of rain with it too, causing some of the flash flooding. Chesley, over to you. If you got any more new information coming in?
Nothing yet, as of yet. Again, we're looking at the current tornado warning that will soon expire, and then we're watching what's taking place, like you said, south of Lafayette, with this little hook right in here. If you want to put it on the screen, right, center that up there, right there, just to the east of Walnut Grove, headed toward the Villanelle area. This continues to slide further over toward the east. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. Winds are our main concern right now. There could be a tornado. Again, Doppler indicated so far, that was what we saw with that last tornado warning. You see just about the heaviest rain out of that polygon. They will allow that to expire. It'll probably disappear in just a minute or so, but now we're focused right there in the center of your screen, where you see Villanelle, for example, just to the south of that particular area there. I like the shape of that now a little better than it was before, but still damaging winds associated with it. I would say right along this line here, along this hook, where you see the hook and then it starts to slide down, right along there is where you're seeing some of those gusty winds. So headed toward the east. This moving, let me just take a look here real quick. I think it was last looked about a good 40 miles per hour over toward the east. I'm not seeing it right now, but let's say about 30 to 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's what the speed has been pretty much, between 30 and 35.
So if we look at that, let's go ahead and track this out for you. So some of those cities that's then in there, some of these not showing up, maybe not close enough here on the radar, Chris, but you get the general motion from this. You said they were moving over toward the east and then sliding a little bit further down to the south. So we have a ways to go with this as we head through the rest of the morning. So right now affecting mainly our northernmost counties. Not down toward the Atlanta metro areas yet. I'm going to widen this out, Chris, so people can get a good perspective of it. Maybe you can walk through it, what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, this is that covering all of North Georgia. This pretty much lines up with where we saw that level 3 risk. And that's what we're keeping an eye on right here, where we have those strongest storms. And then south of this is where we had the level 2 risk. And then south of I-20 was the level 1. So as this moves down to the south, we hope to see some signs of weakening, but these are still holding together over all of North Georgia, from northwest Georgia over here to where we have these numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect that now extend over into parts of northeast Georgia with all the thunder and lightning and heavy rain with that. Luckily, now over to the north and east of us with these warnings that are in effect, that's pretty much northern Hall County right here, northern Banks County, moving into those areas of Habersham County and into Stevens County. Severe thunderstorm warning there. We're not seeing really tornado possible tags on that, as this is generally just some really strong winds and really heavy rain there in northeast Georgia. Then as you go back to this one here, still watching that potential maybe for a little rotation coming out of those areas into Pickens County, southern Gilmer County, moving into the northern parts of Dawson County, Lumpkin County. Let's see, right now, Lumpkin County is not included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So the main things we're watching, those storms there, the camera that was below Chesley a minute ago was out of Dahlonega there in Lumpkin County, where we were seeing all of that lightning there. But again, Jasper, Georgia, there in Pickens County, moving into Dawson County, another severe thunderstorm warning there with strong winds, very heavy rain, the main threats that we have been watching there. And of course, this extends back toward Calhoun. And then again, back over, just over the line into Alabama, watching this part right here to see if that holds together, moving over Interstate 59 as to whether or not that will hold together as a potential tornado warning. It is a tornado warning right now into Alabama. If that rotation, if that holds together, moving into Chattooga County, we'll see if they issue another tornado warning there north of Summerville and into those areas of northern Chattooga County. That's the next thing we're going to be watching right now, as that bit of circulation, that doesn't look as impressive now as it did coming out of Scottsboro, Alabama and into Hennegar. Maybe a little bit weaker now crossing over 59. So that's going to be the next big question. Will that hold together? Will that still be some rotation as this pushes over the line into northwest Georgia here, potentially into parts of Chattooga County, near Somerville or Lyerly is the next area that we'll be watching for that potential circulation to continue to move on through, and whether or not that would make it into Armurchie. We'll keep an eye on that part of the storm here as well. So that's the next potential tornado warning that we would have, maybe moving into the northern parts of Chattooga County. But as of right now, flash flood warnings. Some of those flood warnings had the considerable tag with it. As I mentioned, Cody was helping to rescue some children out of an apartment complex with fire officials out of Whitfield County. We saw the car that was being pulled out of the water and towed away just a little bit ago. And you can also see in Calhoun here, we have the heavy rain, more of those severe thunderstorms from Jasper to Ellijay. And again, more storms there in northern Hall County, Banks County, into parts of Stevens County, Habersham County. That's moving into parts of South Carolina. So I want to hold on air with you a little bit longer. I want to have the comfort level of knowing what's going to happen with this next tornado warning coming out of Alabama and whether or not that is going to be extended into Chattooga County. We've been seeing the polygon with this getting a little bit smaller. It looks like that polygon is shrinking up a little bit. So over into Alabama, they are just kind of keeping that as a tornado warning, but it's not as big as it was. So that's going to be the next big question as to whether or not that is going to hold together as it moves into Chattooga County. So I'm going to stick with you on the air a little while longer. All right, it's 1:20 right now. That one warning for Chattooga County and the southern parts of Walker County did expire at 1:15. We mentioned that just a few minutes ago. So now the next big question is going to be, is this going to hold together moving over 59? Can we look at velocity with that, Chesley? That hook on reflectivity doesn't look as impressive. Yeah. So we do see some red and green kind of coming together there along 59 there at Valley Head, but that looks like it's a little broader now. I think, Chesley, you may be kind of agreeing with that. It's not that tight. Maybe
right there
inside there a little bit. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we do need to keep an eye on that. Thanks for zooming into that, Chesley. This is just to the west of Interstate 59 between Townsend Crossing and Council Bluff, north of Valley Head. Again, if that holds together, this would be the third tornado warning over Hennegar. All right, these storms have just been moving right over those same areas there, where in Hennegar we had the tornado emergency a little bit earlier. So this is the part we're kind of keep an eye on as it crosses over 59. And then this black line that you see right here, that is the state line from Alabama into Georgia. And again, that would be southern parts of Walker County, maybe northern parts of Chattooga County. So this is the part we have to watch. And this one, instead of moving due east, has a little bit more of an east-southeast slant to it as it's getting closer to the state line. So before we take you back to regular programming, I want to feel more comfortable with being able to do that to make sure that this doesn't prompt a new tornado warning for those areas of southern Walker County and the northern parts of Chattooga County. That's where most of this action has been taking place. And again, we'll be watching all night long these storms moving to the east, as well as that entire line that's going to be pushing down toward the south, getting closer to the Atlanta area. It may not even be over Atlanta until 5, 6, 7 in the morning here with that slow push down to the south. And that also indicates, because of that slow movement down to the south, why we have those flash flood warnings in effect from all of the really heavy rain that has been moving through over North Georgia. So you see that Chesley's kind of widened out. You see the individual cells are moving to the east, but then watch the entire line. That is just slowly going to be pushing down to the south during those overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning. So we'll be dealing with this really for a big part of the nighttime hours with the heavy rain, the wind, and again, just watching any of those areas of circulation. So again, we're holding on air with you a little while longer. I want to just make sure this tornado warning that is just over the line into Alabama is not going to be extended into western Georgia before we stop our coverage here. I want to just make sure that everybody is prepared before I take you back to programming and before you maybe decide to go to sleep. I want to make sure what we know is going to be happening with that storm, and if that rotation is showing signs of what we're seeing, which we think it's a little bit broader and not as strong as it was in Alabama, and see if the National Weather Service is going to extend that warning over into those areas of Chattooga County, maybe even into that northern little part of Floyd County right there. So that's the point we're watching. And every time we zoom into this, Chesley, it's looking a little bit weaker, not as impressive as it was. Still a hook there, and we still have a little bit of that velocity that we're watching. But are you kind of seeing the same things?
Yeah, I'm sure they're holding on to it because of the wind, the potential wind with it. Even if there's not a tornado there, you still got some very strong winds that would be associated. If we're seeing anything right now, I would say it just crossed I-59, heading further over toward the east. You got some tight rotation. It appears to be some tight rotation up here just to the north of that broader green and red that's in there. And typically, folks, what this means is you're looking at red and the green that's going away, winds going away and toward the radar there. That's what that would indicate. And when that gets really tight like that, that's where we could see some rotation that's taking place. So right now, I would say Doppler indicated. Of course, I don't know I haven't seen anything of any confirmed tornadoes on the ground over here into parts of Alabama. Of course, we are concerned about this crossing over into our state, as Chris mentioned. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it as we continue to push through the morning. And typically with these storms, especially overnight, it can catch a lot of people off guard and catch a lot of folks off guard. So you definitely want to pay attention to where these storms are and where they're headed. And so most of what we saw has been moving over toward the east. And so we've been telling you about that, had a kind of a due east almost movement to those particular storms. And so we've been watching that, continuing to watch this as it continues to push further over toward the east. Now, moving in that line, you notice some weakening taking place because we've already got a lot of rain there. That really cools the atmosphere a little bit. So anything training behind that typically would be a little bit weaker. And so it becomes now a flooding issue because you still have the very heavy rain, which is why we have all these flood warnings that are associated with it. Now, the winds are still pretty strong above our heads and then translating down to the surface. And so you see these severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect as well. We're watching a severe thunderstorm warning right now with that rotation that we had earlier where we had that tornado warning now has broadened out a lot. And so you still have the very heavy rain that's coming down, certainly some frequent lightning and also the winds. So they've decided already to allow this to become a severe thunderstorm warning. So they're not going to extend that tornado warning coming out of Alabama, but you see that new polygon that just to the north of Summerville. They're going to allow this to become a severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that those winds are still pretty strong with the system, but not seeing the rotation that we saw earlier with the storm. They still have the tornado warning still back off toward Alabama, but as that crosses the border, because we're starting to see that widen out, that's the Weather Service thinking that this will just be a severe thunderstorm warning. So, Chris, those winds still pretty strong with this system, I'm sure, as it crosses the border.
All right, Chesley, that is good news that we have from them. Are they saying tornado possible still with that? They may have just kind of put that in the tag there as a tornado possible, but that's good news that we see. What Chesley and I have been watching with these indications right here, that rotation was not looking as impressive as it was a little bit earlier. So this is in effect until 2:15 in the morning for that severe thunderstorm warning. So that is a good sign that they are not now issuing a new tornado warning. They're saying it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but do you see TOR possible with it?
I'm saying tornadoes can quickly form out of this, so be on the lookout. Yep.
Okay. So what we are going to do here, it's 1:27. We will continue our coverage until 1:30, all right? In 3 minutes, we're going to take you back to our regularly scheduled program. I think they're telling me they're going to be able to show the Tonight Show that we did not air a little bit earlier. That's the plan here, that we'll be showing the Tonight Show that you may have missed earlier because of our extended coverage. But Chesley and I, even though we're going to send you back to our coverage there of the Tonight Show, Chesley and I are going to be here watching these storms if any other rotation develops. But so far the trend has been they've been really strong in Alabama with rotation. They hold together a little bit into West Georgia, and then that rotation falls apart. We're seeing that happening with this storm now. Now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll keep an eye on that little area of rotation and see whether or not that's going to hold together. But Chesley and I will do that kind of behind the scenes while you're watching your regularly scheduled programming. But just know that even though we're taking you back to our regular programming, Chesley and I are going to be watching this and scouring these storms and analyzing them to see if any rotation could potentially develop out of that for these overnight hours and then into tomorrow morning. Chesley's going to be with you early tomorrow morning watching this as well as these storms roll on through. So Chesley, let's widen out just a little bit. I want to give everybody a kind of sum up here what we've got going on with these storms. Again, in Atlanta, we're fine. We're watching the individual cells with this move over to the east, but the entire line is going to be pushing down toward the south, but it may not make it into the Atlanta area until early tomorrow morning, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, passing through the metro area. We do think it is going to be weaker by the time it moves in. Still, some pockets of heavy rain, thunder and lightning, maybe some severe thunderstorm warnings holding together there. But because of this slow motion and slow movement with this, we do have that potential for some flooding to happen. And that's why we have those flash flood warnings that are in effect there too. So I'm seeing 1:29 on the clock. Y'all give me a countdown, if you will, to 1:30, and we'll try to get as close to 1:30 as possible here. We're about 30 seconds away here. So Chesley and I are here watching these storms for you through the overnight hours. We'll have coverage throughout the night. If any additional tornado warnings are issued, we will break in and let you know about those. We're also going to keep the scrolling across the bottom of your screen for all these severe thunderstorm warnings. Stay safe out there for tonight, watching the rain, wind, and also any potential, still a low risk for any rotation to develop. Also download the app for more weather info.